Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Sidewinder Shed, live on the back porch. Today is Sunday, June 29th, 2024. Roughly 8:12 a.m., 0812 hours Eastern Time. And believe it or not, I'm not unsupervised. Um, the wife is home. She's actually sitting right next to me. But I decided I'd get on for a little bit. Kind of have a little update here I got on the transmission I've been doing the past 2 weeks. Um, I got the overdrive unit back from the shop day before yesterday on Thursday, and I didn't do anything with it yesterday. I might not do anything with it today. I'm not sure yet. I'm still trying to figure out what I'm going to be doing. I got all next week off, so I'm hoping to get the transmission and the overdrive all done depending on parts and everything. And, I really, again, I can't say thank you enough for all the help and support I've gotten, both at home and online. Um, Kim Fixes Things, Bear Rose Garage, Mopar Nut. This is your captain speaking. Um, oh my God. And I had a list and I thought I had it memorized, but of course it disappeared on me. So I'm sorry, but thank you everyone. And thank you, to new subscribers and everything. I've gotten a bunch in the last couple of weeks here, and I do believe uh, quite a few of them actually came from Kim Fixes Things. Thank you for the shout out, and everything. I do appreciate it. But I got a few other projects that I have to do during the week too, and I might, depending on weather and everything. You call them for 50% rain on a few days here, and those are days I'll probably be inside the shed. But I still have a few outside projects that I've been neglecting that I need to take care of. Fence, camper. I probably should mow the lawn. It's getting to the point where I can still see the beagle's tail when she goes out back, but the rest of her is starting to get a little bit hidden. But anyway, I just thought I'd come on here and, like usual, babble for a little bit. Right now, the weather is not too bad. It's humid, but the temperature isn't that high, and it's a bit overcast, so that keeps the sun from just coming right in the shed or the back porch here and baking me alive. But anyway, the plans for this week, and I'm hoping that I'll be able to get to it all. Plans for this week is definitely get that overdrive, that R or that 46RH overdrive unit back together and start tearing down the actual transmission itself, which is a 727 transmission, and see what it needs. Um, if it's if it's in as rough a shape as the overdrive was, it's probably going to need a lot, but I won't know until I get into it. And since it's out of the truck, there's no sense in fixing just the overdrive and putting it back in, and then having to take it out again next year because that's getting a little bit too much. So we'll see what that turns out like, and that I'll document. Although there's you know about 1,000 other YouTube channels out there that have done the 727s, even the um, A518, which is the 727 with an overdrive unit. There's plenty of videos out there, but I'll give you my take on it anyway, and see how that turns out. Again, I really need to get out here and sand down the fence, clean it up a bit, char it, and then get some stain. I don't know if I'll get the stain. That stuff's getting expensive, but we'll see what we can do. And the camper's bothering me a little bit. Twisted Mopar Garage, Twisted Mopar. You're one of the ones I also meant to thank you for your support and your help and everything. So good morning, sir. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Um, yeah, I was just babbling here about the overdrive. I got the parts for it. I got the guts for it on Thursday, and I'll be putting it together this weekend. Then I'll be tearing apart the actual 727 transmission, the transmission part, and see what that needs. But I was trying to thank everyone that's been following along and giving me advice and, pointing me in the right direction and everything. And I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Like I said, I have a few other projects I got to do that are non-automotive related with the camper and the fence, and oh, got to put a screen door on the front of the house too. The wind caught that and kind of tore it up a bit. But other than that, I got next week off, so hopefully, hopefully I'll get to a lot of this stuff. And the wife is off next week too, so I'll be supervised. So I'll yeah, I'm hoping so. I'm hoping it's one of the easier transmissions. Twisted Mopar. I don't know how to put anything up here so people can see your comments. So I'm just gonna say what you put up. 727, about one of the most easiest of trans to rebuild, and I'm hoping so because again, this is my first transmission. Um, and I do want to get hands on with it, and I do want to familiarize myself with it and learn. And I'm one of those people that I can't just read a manual or even just watch a bunch of YouTube videos or sit in a classroom and learn. I really need to get hands on, get in there. And I've said it before, most of the best way I've ever learned is by doing it wrong a few times, because that's the easiest way for me to learn is to do it and figure out what I was doing wrong, and that way there it sticks in my mind. If I do it right the first time without any problems, I really don't learn anything. Yeah, about the steels, just don't reuse steels that have heat spots. Use new steels. That was the other thing. I don't know if I mentioned um, about the overdrive. I saw all the old parts that the gentleman took out, and the planetary gears. Yeah, they had a lot of wobble. They were pretty much 3 out of the 4. It has a 4 gear planetary gear in it. 3 out of the 4 were pretty well wiped out. One was good. And as far as the clutches go, the friction plate basically didn't have any friction material left on them. I mean, they were pretty well wiped out, and the steels themselves, um, yeah, showed heat damage. So all of that, the planetary gear, the ring gear that goes with it, all brand new. The friction plates, the clutches, and the steels, all brand new in there. And he that drum that I was worried about, we're still not quite sure if that's an actual crack or something got in there and just scored it. It doesn't go all the way through, but he had another one just like it. No, it's not brand new, but it was in good shape. That's why he kept it. And so he put that on. And the nice thing is, too, he really gave me a break on this. $75 for labor, which to me was worth it because I know it's done and it's done right. He's been doing these Mopar transmissions for over 40 years. And two, if I had bought the parts, it still would have cost me $200 in parts, probably a little bit more, I think, for pricing them out, because he actually sold me the parts at his cost. He didn't mark them up at all. And a lot of that is because he had most of the parts that he had bought years ago. So obviously he didn't pay current prices for them, but he'll still have to replace them at the current prices. So he broke even basically on the parts. And I thought that was awesome. The guy is really great. And like I said, I can't complain. He also gave me, a 90-day warranty with it, which is nice, but there is a caveat with that. If something goes wrong with the part that he replaced, that's the part he's going to warranty. The warranty doesn't cover pulling that damn transmission out of the truck again or putting it back in. He said, "You're on your own with that." I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all. I don't want to do it, and and it's my own vehicle, and I have to. But anyway, but yeah, yeah, he did me good, and I don't know if he'll appreciate it or not, but I am going to give his place a shout out. And anyone that knows him in this area, he has a very good reputation. So I don't know if it'll make a difference. But his name is Jimmy, and the shop is Highland Springs Transmissions. And it's right here in Highland Springs, Virginia, Henrico County. And if that helps anyone out, um, if you know him or anything. I mean, it's top notch guy. He's very upfront, very honest, and older gentleman, set in his ways and everything. But he's not out to. He's out to give you the best service he can, do the best he can for a good price. For a fair price. Let me put it to you that way. Eric, and I am sorry, I'm not even going to try your last name. Well, I'll try it. Halvorsen. How you doing, sir? I'm glad you saw me from Bear Rose Garage. I'm doing fine today. Dean Stevenson, hello. Overdrive 518 Overdrive Mafia. Awesome. Um and Twisted Mopar Garage. No, it was a matching set that he had gotten. And that's why I'm not worried about that. He didn't just replace the planetary gear. He replaced everything as one unit. He had matching sets, and because I saw that, like I said, I saw the old units. So how's everyone doing? Thank you for coming in here. I appreciate it. Thank everyone for stopping by. I appreciate that. That is awesome. But yeah, this is a learning experience for me. It's a new adventure, and I've said it plenty of times, on my channel and in plenty of my videos. I encourage people to try something, get out of their comfort zone, and give it a shot. And man, I'll tell you what, I am definitely taking my own advice. Um, because again, just 3 weeks ago, I knew absolutely nothing about automatic transmissions. Really, I had a basic idea. I understand the clutches because the clutches are very, very, very similar to a motorcycle clutch. The clutch packs, they're pretty much the same thing. I understand that. Uh, I have the concept of how a torque converter works, and I understand the bands and everything. And the rest of it, the solenoids, the little switches, the ball valves, ball and check valve, um, things in there. Basically the valve body. That's still a mystery to me. Oh yeah, this is StreamYard. Yeah, and I'm sorry if anybody wants to pop in. Right at the top of the comment section is the link. I forgot to star it. That was my fault. I forgot. I forgot. I forgot. I forgot. Let me put the star up here. There we go. There we go. Yeah, anyone that I'm sorry. My bad. Anyone that wants to hop in, please feel free. Feel free. Um and I've said it before too. It's a gas turbine engine without kerosene. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Yep. Yeah, and believe it or not, uh I am an A&P. I have an A&P license, airframe and power plant. I've worked on aircraft before, so yeah, I understand a lot of these concepts. But to have it in front of me and actually put hands on, I've never done it before. But yeah. Let me know if that if somebody let me know that I starred that link. Let me know if y'all can see it. It should be at the top. If not, I'll put it up again. But and if you want to join in on just voice, my sister does that a lot, or you can come in, full video. Doesn't matter. Everyone's welcome. And, I enjoy just yakking on occasion. But anyway, yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate all the help, all the advice. Dean Stevenson, even I can see it and I'm blind. Tell me about it. Not only am I blind, I'm deaf in this ear, which comes in very handy when I'm driving. That's why I like to drive everywhere, because then the wife sits over here on my deaf side and I can't hear her. Oh, shit. She's sitting right next to me too, but that's okay. It's on my deaf side. So, yeah. What? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? But, oh, where was I? Let me have a little bit of coffee here. Oh, yeah, that's good. That's freaking cold now. All right, Eric, if you want to, there we go. I'm going to add you in here. How you doing, Eric? Can you hear
Hello?
me? Oh,
Yeah,
I don't have any volume, sir. We
I
can see
didn't realize that I was on. I
yeah,
just connected my
your
Bluetooth
audio
thing, but
is not working, sir.
okay.
Yeah, I can't. Can you hear me?
Sort of. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I can't. We can see you fine, but I can't hear you. I'll give you a few minutes here, try and figure it out and everything.
Okay. Can you
And
hear me
I'm
now?
hoping, to be honest with you, I'm hoping it's on your end and not my end. Yeah, I don't have any mutes or anything turned on here. Let
Can you
me
hear me now?
Yeah, no, everything should be set on my end.
Yeah. I think it's on my end.
Unless of course it's my headset, which it could be my headset too. Let me see.
I,
There
I
we
turned.
go.
Do Do you hear me now?
Yes, sir, I can hear you now.
Oh,
I can hear
pleasant
you now.
surprise.
Awesome. Yeah, it might have been, I don't know, it might have been on my end, my friend.
Or Bluetooth JDAB's cheap thing.
I got you, man. See, I'm still old. I'm using analog here. I'm plugged into everything. I can't go too far. I can only move as
Yeah,
far as the length of the cord.
the wire connection. Okay, yeah.
So how you doing, sir?
I do pretty much okay. Time difference, so I'm a bit late with my breakfast. But pouring my coffee in now, and I'm about ready to start the day.
I
Not
got.
with cars, but with the house, cladding, windows, isolation, everything.
Oh, okay. All right. So
Yeah,
you got your work cut out for you today.
definitely.
Yeah. Whereabouts you at? If you don't mind me asking.
I don't mind you asking. I'm from Norway. As I said, Barrow's Garage greets me every time when I say hello. Uh, Norway is quite a far way away from you, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Oh yeah. What? Let's see. It's Oh my God. What time is it here? Oh, it's 8:34 hours. 8:34 a.m. Where I'm at right now.
Yeah, early morning.
Yep.
Yeah, it is about 2:30 here, going on to 3 o'clock.
Okay. All right. And Dean says it's 30 minutes past midnight in New Zealand. Man, I
New
got
Zealand?
every
Yeah, okay. Mm.
yeah, I got people from all over the place. That's
But
awesome.
he's even further away from us.
Mm-hmm.
He's like the Saturday is over for him.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't keep up with international time anymore. I've been out of the military too long, so it doesn't really affect me anymore.
Oh, but in daily life, when do you need it? It's just YouTube thing, I
Right.
guess. Mm.
Right. Yeah, and just like a lot of old fart typical Americans like me, I forget that not everyone is local to me anymore.
Ah. Mm.
you know and I think I really like that's one of the things I like about the internet and everything is what we're doing right now. You're in Norway, I'm over here in Virginia, and we're conversing real time and everything. I'm old enough now that it reminds me of the original Star Trek, and I thought that was cool. They could talk real time visually, have a video conference back then.
Mhm.
Hey, Philip the Third, good morning, sir. But yeah, that's awesome, Eric. That's awesome, man. I appreciate you hopping on here. And so what how many windows and how much insulation you got to put up today?
It's I guess 2 inches isolation.
Mm-hmm.
I got 3 layers windows. I can't remember what it's called. Um, it's not double glass. It's triple glass.
Triple pane glass, yeah.
Yeah, and because the cost wasn't that much, it wasn't a third more. It
Right.
was slightly more. So I just, what the hell, I'm going with it. And it's yeah, they need to tear down the old cladding and the wind thing and everything. And I I can't translate it into dollars, but it's about 100,000 Norwegians per wall.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
so,
I
so
gotcha.
I'm gonna take my other phone here and just try to convert it as I speak.
I gotcha. Yeah, when I was younger, I was I used to frame, build houses, and a lot of the part of that was too. We would sheet it, close it in, and hang the windows and doors as well. And that was on new construction. And I have replaced old windows with upgraded windows before. And unless I'm doing it for myself or a family member or a very close friend, I don't do that stuff anymore either. Not
Yeah,
that it's overly hard, but when it comes to that, especially when I'm doing it for somebody else, I am a little bit OCD about it, and on older houses, you never get anything that's square and plumb, so you always have to adjust.
Yeah, but luckily this is only on the outside.
I
So
gotcha.
I remember when I put in my heat pump, then it was a quite dilemma because the door was fairly new, and the thing wasn't it wasn't a subject right then. You put it
Right,
in the door, it's quite straight, and then the heat pump went on the top on the door, and then
okay.
you see it obviously when the roof was like this and the door was like this.
Mhm.
So the heat pump is not in level.
I gotcha.
It's just to make the aesthetic out of it. Yeah.
I understand. I understand. It's growing up too. I had a lot of family members and friends that were actual craftsmen, carpenters, and everything. They're very good. One of the things they always used to say is you can tell a good carpenter by how he hides his mistakes.
Yeah, of course. Mm.
And a few years ago, yeah, all right, a couple of decades ago. Let's get the time frame right.
Yeah.
I was working with my brother-in-law. He had his own painting business and refinishing, remodeling business, and we did a lot of old 120 year old houses,
Oh,
historical houses, and there was a lot of trim and stuff that we had to refurbish, replace, and reuse. And again, on those old houses, nothing was square or plumb, so you couldn't just set your saws up to cut everything
mm.
nice and straight and plumb. Every corner, every seam required a different measurement and everything. And a lot of it too was, if you did it the way the books tell you to do, how everyone teaches you to do, nothing would look straight. A lot of times the stuff we put up crooked so that it would look straight, if you understand what I'm trying to say.
Totally get it. Yeah.
But yeah, and that was something I it took me a little while to wrap my head around, because again, for the longest time I was used to new buildings, uh, and then going into all these old houses. Like you said, we have the floor like this and the ceiling like that, and in order to get all the trim to look straight, yeah, you just had to kind of stand back, have somebody stand back, no measurements. They were just kind of eyeballing it, and it's like, yep, now it looks straight. Now it looks fine.
Yeah. Totally. I tried my Bluetooth again, but obviously it doesn't work.
Oh, okay. Well, you're still coming through. I can hear you.
Yeah,
What?
yeah, yeah, I can still hear you on my phone. I just wanted to get the Bluetooth thing going, but not today, obviously.
I got you. I understand. I understand that. But anyway,
So,
Eric,
yeah,
go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
um, didn't have anything in mind really.
Oh,
I was just picking up from Barrow's Garage that you have some transmission thing going on.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Like I said, I got the I got an old 92 a Dodge 92 WF 250 4-wheel drive 3/4 ton pickup truck, and yeah, 2 3 on the 13th I was headed into work, and all of a sudden the transmission lost all its fluid and left me stranded on the side of the road. I At a quick glance I thought it was the front seal that had let go, but it turns out that the overdrive housing, because it's a electronic overdrive on it. The overdrive housing had cracked and split on me, and it lost all its transmission fluid.
Okay.
And so this is the first time I've dealt with one of these transmissions. It's the first time I dealt with the overdrive, and that's I'm learning as I go along. And I just I got to the point where I didn't have the right tools to do everything that needed to be done on the overdrive portion, so I had to bring it to a transmission shop right down the street, which is a friend of a friend owns it,
Yeah.
and he did me good. He replaced it. He had it done in a couple days. Actually, the actual work he had it done in like 2 hours when he got to it and everything, and he put all new parts in it, or except for one part, which was the drum that holds the clutches inside. And he had one that was used, but it was barely used. It was in good shape. So he just replaced that for me, and everything else in there he put in new, and saved me a bunch of trouble myself. But from here on out, because I was a little disappointed, because on the overdrive I have, it's a 46RH, which stands for hydraulic. Thank you, Mopar Nut. Instead of a 46RE, which is electrically operated. I did not know that. And on YouTube, I could not find very many videos at all that really get into the RH and the differences between the RH and the RE. So I really wanted to document that myself to help other people out that might be in my situation. Unfortunately, I couldn't do it. As I'm putting it together, though, there are a few things that I will be able to point out, and they are minor, but they're very important.
Yeah.
In other words, if you're not knowledgeable about it, which I wasn't, but thanks to this guy and a couple other people, they've pointed out a few things to watch out for and be careful of, especially with the hydraulics. So, like I was saying, if you weren't if nobody tells you this, you're not going to know. And it's easier for me to show. In other words, if I try to explain it right now, I'm going to be babbling for an hour and still not get the point across. So when I put it together, I'll I'll document it and be able to point it out.
Yeah. Which model car did you say it was?
Oh, it's an old Dodge pickup truck, 3/4 ton, 4x4, 4-wheel drive pickup truck.
From the 90s or?
Yeah, 1992.
Okay.
And
Is it gas or Cummins?
no, it's gasoline. It's
Mm.
gasoline. Matter of fact, I have a
5.2?
no, it's a 5.9. It's a
No.
360.
Oh,
And
okay.
on my channel, I actually got another engine for it, and I tore it down and rebuilt it. It's actually a 360 roller cam, factory roller cam instead of flat tappet, but it's an LA engine, not a Magnum. And that was another thing that, 3 years ago when I was doing this engine, there wasn't, there really wasn't any information out there about the factory roller cam LA engines. You either had the flat tappets LAs, or you had plenty of videos and information about the Magnums.
Okay. So maybe the difference between cars and trucks then? Or
Not so much cars and trucks, but Mopar, in their infinite wisdom and through the years, they came out with I think it was in 1972. They came out with the 360 LA engine, which was a flat tappet engine, and then between especially for the 5.9 for the 360 from, I believe it's 89 or 90, 91 and 92, they put roller cams in it. So the bosses for the lifters were a little bit bigger and everything. And then they went to the Magnum. Now, all three of these engines are very, very similar, but the LA roller cam engine is like it's like a little in between type transition engine between the old LA flat tappet and the newer Magnum engines at the time. And so it's kind of pardon my language, but it's kind of a bastard child between the two of them. And it was funny. The most I could find out about these engines and the differences, most of the channels back then said, all right, you have the LA, it's a flat tappet. Then you have the Magnum, which is a roller cam. And the biggest difference are the heads and the intake, and they're externally balanced on the 360s. So the weight was a little bit different between the LA and the Magnum. And then they said there's a bunch of minor differences. One of the minor differences I found out is that from the factory, at least the two engines I've taken down came stock from the factory with a high volume oil pump, because they oil both through the lifters and the push rods like the Magnum does, and they also oil the top end through the block and the heads like the old LAs do. So if you don't have a high volume oil pump in it, you're not going to get the right oil pressure. You're going to starve the top of the engine. Yeah, Dean Stevenson, the 5.2 went. Yeah, I figured. I heard that they went roller cam. The 318s went roller cam around 85, 86. And I know pretty much the reason why there's a difference in that 1 year is um, a lot of times is it the production year or is it the model year? You know, people, that's easy to confuse, because new model cars, new model year, like a 1990, will come out in September of 89. And so the parts made for it were made in 89 or 88, you know, somewhere around there. So you can have a year or two difference between when it was produced, made, or model year too. And that's where we get a little bit of argument sometimes on when something was made. Because, like, my truck, my pickup truck, was made in, I believe it was April of 92. And I will still find parts on it that were produced and manufactured and made in 91. But that's everywhere. That's common.
I guess.
I'm
Also,
sorry. I didn't mean to go on like that, sir.
yeah, no problem. I don't have any of those cars or engines, but I find it quite interesting anyway. Um, when we talk about the production and how the things are marked with the parts numbers and everything, I got a European Ford from 81, which is in the split between two models.
Right.
So even though my it's a European Granada, Ford
Okay. Yeah.
Granada, quite different to the American Ford Granada.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, mine one is an 81 model, and the part which I remember specifically is the ground cord from the battery to the body.
Okay. Yeah.
That is, the four numbers are quite unique from I don't remember, 70s up through the 80s and onto the 90s, and something changed. So in that area, it's called the model when it was introduced, which is the Mark II of the Granada 78, and the GB I think is called, or GG or something. So even though my Granada is 81, it's got parts from 78.
Oh yeah. Oh
Uh,
yeah. Yep. Yep.
and that's just one. I guess it's plenty more.
Oh yeah. And you know, the funny thing is, it gets frustrating too. When you get a vehicle like that, because it's a lot of times, especially nowadays, everyone's looking at the parts department, the parts dealers you deal with. They're all looking at the computer.
Yeah.
And the computer will say one thing and you're like, it's wrong. And they'll look at you going, no, computers can't be wrong. Well, somebody had to program them. Somebody had to put everything in there.
Yeah.
And maybe that person was wrong. So therefore it made the computer wrong. I've run into that too, especially on my truck, a 92, because you had so many options. Again, it was pretty much a transition year. 93 was the last year of the square body type uh, Dodge
Yeah.
trucks. 94 was the first year that they changed the body style.
The Gen
90,
2 thing.
yep, 92, they had the Magnum 5.2 Magnum options, but they didn't have the 5.9 Magnum option. 93, they had the 5.2 Magnum, they had the 5.9 Magnum, and of course they had the 5.9 diesel. And I don't know how many times I've gone in there to get parts for my truck, and I've either had to explain to them, no, it's gasoline, not diesel. That part won't work. No, it's an LA 360, not a Magnum 360. That part won't work. It's water pump. Water pump. I had to argue with the guy that the water pump for the Magnum and the water pump for the LA were different. It wasn't just the pulleys. One turns clockwise, one turns counterclockwise.
Okay.
So it just,
If you
gee.
mention water pump, that is quite significant, I
Oh,
guess.
yeah. Yeah, it makes a big difference. Again, on my engine build series, I have 26 or 28 videos, and quite a few of them I go through those minor differences between the LAs and the Magnums, between the LA roller cam and the Magnum flat tappet, or I mean the LA flat tappet and the Magnum engines too. Because this, like I said, that was quite a learning experience for me as well, and especially trying to get the right parts. I've assembled quite a few engines. Somebody else's either I had the stock parts and it was just an easy remove, replace, refurbish, or somebody else had already figured out what parts they wanted in there, and I just had to put it together. This was the first engine in roughly 40 years that I went through myself, figured out, what type of piston I wanted, you know, even the bearings, right down to the bearings. What kind of bearings did I want? The style, everything, and figured it out on paper. That took me a good, actual 3 months, and that was with help from a bunch of different engine builders too. But then trying to figure out, well, will this work on the Magnum? Will this work on the LA? Does it matter? Because I found out that my roller cam engine actually has a lot more in common with the Magnums than it did with the old LAs. They use it doesn't use the old LA connecting rods. It uses the Magnum connecting rods. And then again, so I'm trying to figure out, all right, since it's externally balanced, if they're using the same connecting rods, what's the difference between the crankshaft and the pistons? Something has to be, different there to change the weights. And again, I found out that the 360 engine has 3 different crankshafts that you can use, and the roller cam LA uses the same crankshaft as the flat tappet LA, and that's different than the Magnum crankshaft. So I'm figuring that's where a lot of the weight difference is between that and the pistons. It's hard. I'm still trying to figure it out. All I know is that I cheated and I had the damn thing internally balanced. That's why that way I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, and I teared apart one engine 20 years ago, I think. Never got to put it back again. So I'm not good at engine building things. I'm more good at changing engines. I know that one is good, that one's bad. That's just
Swap them out. I
yeah.
gotcha. I gotcha. Yeah, well, Um, One of the reasons why I built it myself too, and trust me, I had to explain this to the wife. And excuse me for 1 second. Mopar or not, I am not ignoring you guys. I can see the chat. I'm just so I'm not as good as Bear Rose where I can put the stuff up. And I'm reading everything you say, and forgive me. Um, Again, I'm not like the wife where I can multitask a whole lot,
Yeah.
but anyway, what I was going to say is one of the reasons why I built this engine myself was specifically for money or lack thereof.
Mm.
And I explained this to the wife because unfortunately, I did this during COVID. So the prices, the parts and the prices, both, the prices went up and the parts were hard to get during that time. But I have about $4,000 into this engine. And not only the wife, but a bunch of my friends said, "Hey, you could have picked up a remanufactured engine for about half that price." I'm like, "Yes, I could have, but it would have been a stock remanufactured engine. It's not what I want for this big old truck with the weight I put on it." All right. I'm more interested in high torque at low RPMs than I am at high horsepower at high RPMs. I don't care about that. And so what I did was I called 4 different places that build engines, and I gave them the specs for exactly what I built, and I asked them how much. The lowest price I got was $12,000. The highest price I got was 16,000.
Mm.
And I had it on speakerphone so the wife could hear it, and I said, "I what they just quoted me for $12,000, I said I already have it built out in the shed for $4,000. I said, not only that, but it's also painted your favorite color, purple." I
Yeah.
said, "I'm sure that would have cost me another $1,000 to have them paint it purple for me."
Mm.
But yeah, it's amazing. And it's the same thing with this transmission. This transmission is so far, it's roughly doing the work myself, even with this overdrive being done with the shop. Out of pocket, I'm figuring around 800 to $1,000 for me to
Okay.
do it. Speaking to even the guy that just did this overdrive for me, he said if he had to do the whole thing, he says it's an easy quote, $5,000. He said basically because I don't want to do it. And I was like, okay, fair enough. Cheapest I could find was right around $2,800. So I figure I'm still saving myself around 1,800, 800 to $1,000 by doing it myself, provided I do it once and it works.
So the truck is now completely useless. You have the engine apart and then the engine and the gearbox apart, or
Well, no, I still I still have the original engine in it with
okay.
270,000 miles. The engine is running good, but it's tired.
Yeah.
And right now it's sitting in the driveway with the transmission out.
Okay.
I was really hoping to swap the engine and then do the transmission both at the same time, but later on this year when I actually had the money to do it, as well as the time. Right now, I only have the money to do one or the other.
Yeah.
And also, the truck has been down since the 13th, and I need to get it up and running by the end of this week. Um, it would make sense and it would be a whole lot easier to pull that engine out right now and put the new engine in, except for the simple fact that I'm also going from a 1992 setup with a throttle body fuel injection, ODB1 computer that runs a lot of things on the engine and the transmission and everything, to going old school with a 4-barrel carburetor,
Mm.
um, and a different ignition system on it, separate. In other words, the engine that I built will run by itself
Yeah.
outside of the truck,
Yeah.
without, with just basically hooking a battery up to it and throwing some fuel in it. It'll start
Mhm.
up and run by itself. The engine that's in the truck, it won't do that. It relies on the computer and everything.
Mhm.
So that's between the wiring, figuring out the wiring on the truck when I put the other engine in it. Not to mention simple little things that nobody thinks about, kind of like the throttle linkage, because I have
Yeah.
a air gap intake and the kick down, and that's all. To a lot of people, that might be simple. Um, I'm not so very good at fabricating stuff. Okay, I work with wood.
Mhm. Yeah.
I'm not so good with metal.
Actually, I quoted you quite a few times since I saw you first on the live with the Barrows, where we said that if you got one wood piece too short, you can't extend it, but with metal you can extend it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I've been told. And I kind of understand that too, because I run into that problem every now and then. I measured it and I cut it 4 times and it's still too short. But yeah, that's one of the reasons why I would really love, since I got the truck this far apart, I would really love to pull that old engine out, and I'm just dying to see what it's going to do with this new engine in it. Uh, but again, I just don't have the time or the funds at the moment, because to put that new engine in, I'm still looking at about another $500 for supplies, and also figuring out, what went wrong when I put it in, why it's not working like it should. Not only that, but I really want to run it outside of the truck for a good amount of time. I want to get an engine, a run stand, and I can build that and literally run it
Right.
for a
Yeah.
while to make
Yeah.
sure. I'm 95% confident in my ability on the work I did, but I'm only 70% confident in the parts I used. If this was 30 years ago, I wouldn't worry about the parts I put in there. But
Mm.
nowadays, everything seems to be infected with that Chinesium disease. And so, yeah, I don't want to be, going down the road again, especially when I have the camper on the back and
Yeah.
something that's not supposed to let go. It's supposed to be solid and American made. Turns
Mhm.
out that it was infected with Chinesium and it let go on me.
Yeah. Here in Norway, American trucks are not that, I wouldn't say popular, but it's not common. So we don't have any dealers to go to anymore, at least. So I go to this special guy that's quite interested in American cars and imports something and get from other Norwegian importers US parts. So for my Suburban 98 model, I can't remember what I needed, but anyway, I ordered it and it says American something on the box, and the thing is China,
Oh yeah.
Chinese.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, rebranding. Yeah, that's a big scam that's going
I
on.
I cannot remember what it was, but it was made in China anyway. It was
Yeah.
plastic and quite cheap.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, that's something that a lot of people is even on YouTube, a lot of the mechanics on YouTube and the hot rodders, they've been trying to put that out. You think you're buying an American made, and even from companies that have been around forever and have a good reputation, and you'll find out, like you said, you'll open it up and it's a Chinese ripoff. But
Yeah.
Mopar Nut, I want to holler out to Mopar Nut too. You've been a big help to me, sir. I do appreciate it. And he was talking about the OBD1 computer. Yeah, pulling your hair out. Another story. The first time this truck left me on the side of the road, sort of, I was headed home, and it was about midnight. Now I'm going through the worst part of town in Richmond to get home, to hit the highway. Thank God it was on a real steep downhill slope. The truck just cut off. Absolutely no warning, no nothing. It just
Yeah.
cut off. And fortunately, I was in an area that I knew people that owned a shop, and not even a car shop. It's just a like a 7-Eleven type deal. It's a little mom and pop store, and I've known them for years. So I coasted in and parked the truck behind their building because I wasn't going to get a tow truck for something I could, one that I could afford at that time of night. So I had the wife pick me up. And the next morning, I went down, talked to the people, and told them what happened. They were fine with it. But yeah, the computer went out right then and there. Uh, Nothing I could do about it. The other thing that went out on me too uh, was the electric fuel pump, and I had three of them go out on me. One lasted exactly 3 miles from the house to the gas station. Went out. So yeah, on this, when I get this new engine in, I'm getting rid of the computer. I'm getting rid of the well, I'm putting a mechanical fuel pump on it.
Uh,
But like I said, I worked on aircraft before, and the way I'm going to route the fueling system is I'm going to have a dual fueling system where I can run either the mechanical or the electric, one or the other. And yes, I'll
uh,
be putting in a flow through fuel pressure regulator for the electric fuel pump, and that way there, because even with the again Chinesium fuel pumps, you can never tell when they're going to go out on you. But the nice thing about that is it's a 15-minute fix, and then you can always carry an extra fuel pump behind the seat. But if I'm out in the woods camping, I'll still have that option of the electric or the mechanical fuel pump, which I can replace, or with a carburetor, something you can't do with the fuel injection unit. I can always take a piece of hose and a gas can, put the gas can on the roof and run the hose directly to the carburetor and get myself somewhere where I can fix it. You can always do something like that
mm,
with the old analog stuff.
I hear. But how are you going to manage the electric one and the mechanic one? Are you bypassing the mechanical or the electric one, or
Yeah,
is it?
basically, yeah, I will have, it'd be pretty easy to turn the electric one on and off. That's just a switch. But as far as plumbing it, yes, I will put some valves. I'll have to get out of the truck and change the valves,
Okay.
turn the feed off to the actual pump. And on my carburetor that I have, it's an Edelbrock 650 four barrel, and it has feeds for either side of the carburetor for the bowl
Mhm,
for the fuel.
mhm,
I'll feed one side of it with the mechanical fuel pump, and then I'll feed the other side with the electric fuel pump. And like I said, only one will feed at a time. I won't be feeding them both at the same time.
yeah, yeah.
And I'll just have switches, valves to turn off the fuel feed.
Yeah,
So I'm not pumping fuel or air into the carburetor when one or the other is not working.
I see. But is then able to build up the amount of pressure it needs when, or do you have back feed valves or something?
Yeah, the electric fuel pump I will run through a fuel pressure regulator,
Yeah.
which I can set the pressure. And with the electric fuel pump in this truck, since it is a throttle body single port fuel injection, it runs about 16 psi
Mm,
instead of up to the 25 and 30 that the multi-ports run. So it runs about half of that. The carburetor should run somewhere between, will want somewhere between 3.5 up to about 6 psi pressure, which is roughly what a mechanical fuel pump will put out, within that ballpark area. So that's what I'll turn the fuel pressure regulator down to. And the fuel pressure regulator that I'm putting on will be what they call flow through. So once the bowl fills up on the carburetor, uh, anything left in the line, any pressure left in the line will return right back to the tank. And the nice thing about that is you don't have to worry about vapor lock, because there'll always be a cool stream of fuel
Yeah, yeah.
going to the carburetor. So in Virginia, when the temperature gets up over 100 degrees, and I find that the carburetor is trying to flood itself out, I'll just swap it over from the mechanical fuel pump to the electric fuel pump, and I'll have a steady flow of cool fuel filling the carburetor. It won't heat up. Anyway, that's the idea. However it works, that's on paper. That's on paper. What reality brings me, I don't know, but it's worth a shot. It's worth a shot. I always like having a plan B and a plan C. I always love having a backup.
But anyways, I guess you got the camera with you and record the experiences.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
A cool idea. Being able to handle both pumps. Well, except from the Chinese part, I don't see how the mechanical new pump is failing, but I can see the backup resolution. Yeah.
Well, there's two things with the mechanical pumps that you have to watch out for, and one is the gasoline that we're using out nowadays. There's a lot of ethanol in it, and therefore, if the diaphragm which is what usually goes on a mechanical fuel pump. And the problem with the new gas is it's very hard on some materials. So if the diaphragm is not made out of the right material or right lever, quality control again, this new fuel will dry out, will eat through that diaphragm, and next thing you know, instead of the fuel pump pumping fuel into your carburetor, it's pumping fuel into your oil pan, and and that's it. And that's another thing I really don't want on a new engine, is to wipe out the bearings, because I have 2 gallons of gas mixed in with my friggin' oil. But yeah, that's the most common thing to go, on a mechanical fuel pump. And usually that was because of age, or they were sitting around too long and they'll dry rot.
Yeah, exactly. But
nowadays,
yeah,
I was going to say, nowadays, with just the way the fuel is made with the ethanol in it, that's awful hard on a lot of seals.
Just remembered last summer, my friend was pulling out an old, well, everything is old now. Another Granada. Yeah, I think it's slightly newer than mine, so it's about 82, 83, 84 something. But I remember he said it has been sitting since 98. So not that old car when it was parked, but it's been sitting ever since. And we were just pulling it out of the barn and down the downhill out of the barn, and he wasn't even trying to start it. Didn't think of it. Well, it didn't need to start because it was sold as a project anyway. So the only thing he did was a manual case, which most of the European cars is a manual transmission. So he only used the clutch to brake, because the brakes were gone. So he used the clutch to brake. But when you know downhill, using the clutch to brake, the engine started turning. And the 20 something years old, 25, 27 years old gasoline was
Yep.
just as good.
Oh, no kidding.
So on the downhill, it's actually started.
Awesome.
And the
Awesome.
90 degrees turn at the end. So he was quite hot when
Yeah.
it started. I,
Oh,
actually, it runs perfectly on the old gas.
oh yeah.
No ethanol, nothing, no nothing. It just started and run. Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty much guarantee you bring that to America now. You fill it up, even if you filled it up with premium gas at the pumps and let it set for 20, 26 years or so, that gas wouldn't be any good. It turns into a powder, and especially
Yeah.
if it's in contact with aluminum, or the inside of your float bowls and everything. I mean, within a year, it'll evaporate because of all the alcohol that's in it. And
Yep.
you'll look at the float bowls and everything, and they will have a layer of white powder inside of them.
Not even a doubt about it. The only thing I deal with is my lawnmower, and I had to change the hoses going through the fuel tank and the carburetor.
Yep.
It was not a fuel line anymore. It was just a pipe, not even rubber like at all. It was just a pipe. You can break it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. They'll harden right up. Yeah. Yeah. And Mopar Nut again. He's him and Dean Stevenson over here. They're having discussions about the OBD1 carburetors and fuel injection. I'm watching you guys. I'm trying to catch up here. Yeah, yeah, Mopar Nut, you caught that gravity feed fuel system roof style. Yep. But yeah, the O2 sensor, Dean Stevenson, O2 sensor TPS and fuel pressure. I got you. You can bypass 52 psi fuel delivery, control the fuel delivery separately. Yep. Oh yeah, that's what I plan on doing. Like I said, with the single port fuel injection is what we used to call them. You know, basically a throttle body that only runs at about 16 psi. So um, that's not too bad to regulate. But yeah, basically, yeah, I really, honest to God, on this truck. That's the other thing on the truck. It's the third OBD1 computer that's been in it. I found out that these old Dodge trucks had a problem with it because they would overheat and burn out the computer, and that's what happened to the two previous ones, brain boxes. This one I modified a little bit. Believe it or not, um, I took an old computer cooling fan for your CPU unit and basically mounted it so that when I start it up and everything, it will blow cool air over the inside. It's still covered, so it keeps the weather out of it and everything. But now at least it has some airflow going across the electronic components in that computer in that brain box. Because they were overheating, and again, it didn't give me any warning. The truck just died. And like I said, between the fuel injection and the computer, I was left on the side of the road with no way to jury rig it, even to limp it home. I had to get it towed. Oh, the keg. I have a 5.2 Magnum that's apart in the shed right now with the complete engine with everything, with the kegger intake and the multi-port fuel injectors with it. I have everything. That'll be another project. I'm honestly thinking with that one of putting a. They sell them from Mopar Performance. Whoever owns that crap now, but they sell a nice little crankshaft, which is a stroke for a 360. I can't think of what the stroke is on the 360, but basically it's a 360 crank, but it has the small journals on it that'll fit into a 5.2 or to a 318, and that'll bring that up to if it's a stock bore, it turns it into like a 344 cubic inch engine. I'm kicking that idea around in the future for a future project, making a little 5.2 stroker. And I mean, I got the heads, I got everything for it. It happened to be an engine I picked up on the fly, real cheap. And originally, I was going to put that in the truck temporarily, rebuild the engine that was in the truck, and then swap them over again. But I realized I'm getting too old for that crap, and I don't want to keep doing it. This is not a project vehicle. This is my daily driver. I'm just trying to get it the way I want it. But that's another interesting project I might do. If nothing else, it'll make for some interesting content, I think. Whether I'm successful or not. Yeah, that's the other thing I try to explain to everyone. My channel is not really to teach anyone how to do something. It's just so you can watch me do it and learn what not to do.
Good point.
And yeah, well, I mean, look, I'm a truck driver. I've been a truck driver since '86, and I did it on and off right up until after Desert Storm when I got back. So roughly from 92, 93, I've pretty much been doing that as full time. That's my job. Before that, yes, I was into mechanics, automotive, and like I said, I went and I got my A&P license and worked on aircraft. And Desert Storm came along, and I got called back into service for that. And when I got back from there, I kind of lost interest in working in a shop, and just I kind of get a little bit antisocial. I just wanted to be left alone and be on my own, and kind of just fell into truck driving, and kind of like that. There's a lot of time. This was when I was over the road. You spend a lot of time by yourself. I mean, even now, doing the local stuff that I do, a 12 to 14 hour day, about 7 to 8 hours of that time, I'm by myself in the truck. And so that's probably why I can talk so much, and just ramble on, because I'm used to talking to myself anyway. Having a microphone and camera pointed at me, well, no big deal. They have those in the damn trucks now too, which I will give you a few. There's a few comical stories about that. I've been called in the office a few times for flipping off the camera, yelling at total strangers that are watching me, and because you can't tell when they're observing you or not. And there's been a few questionable moments where I've been called in the office going, "What were you doing?" I said, "Well, I was pissed off." I said, "If they don't want to hear the language I'm using, if they don't want to see my faces, if they don't want to see the one finger salute and everything else, they shouldn't be watching me, because there was no reason for them to. None of the alarms went off in the truck, to set up that or to trigger the camera." I said, "They're just a bunch of voyeuristic perverts that like to watch me." I got called in one time because the other computer we have in the truck, it has a screen on it. The screen was sitting too high. They couldn't see from my neck down. I'm like, why do they need to see from my neck down anyway? I said, "There's nothing there to watch." I said, they're just a bunch of voyeuristic perverts. That's it." I said, Is that why they like watching the women drivers with the seatbelt going across them there wearing a t-shirt?" You know, I said, no, no, I'm sorry. That kind of stuff just kind of irks me. It's something I
So,
have to deal with, but it irks me.
yeah, but is those kind of surveillance systems or
Yeah, yeah, inside and out.
okay,
They say it's for safety. Okay,
okay.
and
So if you fall asleep, you will be
right,
recorded.
yep, they monitor what the driver is doing, especially if you're in an accident. Okay,
Okay,
they can see what's outside, and so
but
they have.
it is online.
It's not online. It's it's
That
within
dash cam
the
thing.
company. Yeah, it's like a closed circuit camera, closed circuit TV. It's within the company. But
Okay,
honestly, all this is for the company itself. It doesn't do anything for the driver really.
okay.
The only thing they
Efficiency.
could tell was it the driver's fault or was it not the driver's fault?
Yeah,
Um,
or
the
efficiency thing. Keep
yeah,
you going.
well, I'll tell you this. It's just a pain in the ass. It really is. I was on private property, wide open area, okay, at a customer's. Okay. No traffic, no foot traffic, no truck traffic. I'm the
Yeah,
only one there.
yeah.
I'm idling along at 2 miles an hour. I took my hands, both hands, off the steering wheel. Now, you have to understand, I can see for about a quarter of a mile all around
Yeah,
me. Nothing's moving.
yeah,
Took both hands off the steering wheel to light a cigarette, just like that.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
As soon as I stopped, I get a call.
Okay,
They want to know why I had both hands off the steering wheel while the truck was moving. I'm like, seriously?
okay. So they're watching you.
Yeah, they're watching me. And I'm like, the policy is they're not supposed to be observing you
Mhm.
unless something happens. Now,
Yeah, that's what they say, not what they're doing.
right, right.
Yeah,
Because I'm like, look, 2 miles an hour. I have and the truck has a whole bunch of sensors. If you turn right or left too quick, a sensor will go off. The camera comes on. If you back into the trailer when you're hooking up, if you hit that a little too hard,
yeah.
another sensor goes off. If you get too close to something, a sensor goes off.
Huh.
Um, Matter of fact, it will lock up the brakes. It will
Okay.
it will apply the brakes by itself. I've had this truck lock the brakes up on me 3 times.
Yeah.
Actually 4 times. Twice was because of a bird. A bird flew in front of the truck. It locked up the damn brakes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Another time, I'm coming around a off ramp, and they have what they call Jersey barriers. They're big cement barriers, and it's a sharp turn. So the truck figured I was headed right towards a wall.
You're not talking about the front of the truck.
Yeah, the front of the
Yeah.
truck. So it slammed on the brakes. The third time or the fourth time, I'm going through a busy intersection, and a plastic bag flew in front of the truck, and it slammed the brakes on and stopped me right in the middle of the intersection.
Yeah.
Okay. All 4 of
I,
those
I, I,
times.
I can kind of see that's kind of a safety feature, but in a way, it might be annoying sometimes.
Oh, no,
Uh, I don't drive trucks. I don't have a license or anything, but I work with wheels and tires, and I change a lot of cars. And we don't have lifts, the two post lifts, which is quite usual. We just have I don't know what it's called in English actually. We call it a lifting board, which is just
okay.
you drive over it and the whole thing lifts up.
Okay,
Just
yep.
put in a quite few pads on the right spots, and
Right,
the whole thing
yeah,
goes up.
yeah, I think what you're talking about is the old single post lift. Has one
No,
post right in the center.
no, it's not. No, no, it's not that actually. But anyway, it's the thing is 6, 7 feet, I think. I'm not that good at feet, but I guess it is, and maybe 2 feet wide for each side, and it's a
Okay,
scissor. But anyway,
okay,
that's
I understand now. Yes.
that's our kind of lift, and it's approximately 3 to 4 feet. No, no, not feet. Inches high, 10 centimeters, and new kind of cars with sensors all over. If you're driving too fast towards that lift, the brakes will slam.
Oh,
Yeah, and you bite in the steering wheel.
gosh. To me that's annoying. Look, I got 40 years, roughly 38 years of experience driving these semis,
Mhm.
and I don't need or want the truck to drive itself.
No, no,
You know,
actually,
I don't need that input, because there's a lot of things that the sensors sense, but they can't predict what's going to
no,
happen. Like a
no,
car cuts in front of you just to make an exit, and you can see what they're doing, and you
yeah,
know it's not a danger. But
yep,
then all of a sudden, the truck hits the brakes, and
yeah,
you have to understand this is a semi. It's a two-piece unit,
yeah.
and a lot of times the trailer brakes, the wheels will lock up before the tractor will.
I've seen that before. Yeah.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden you got this trailer that's coming around you
Oh, hmm.
trying to jackknife. And if there's somebody in that lane, well, it's going to knock them off the road.
Yeah. Hmm.
You know, it's going to create an incident where there should not be any incident at all.
Totally
And
see that.
Dean, I wanted to say when I was talking about the bird here, Dean Stevenson put up, but that bird could have been an American Eagle side. Geez, yeah, it could have been, but it wasn't. It was a friggin' crow.
I like crows.
Yeah, I don't. Not when they slam the brakes on my truck. I don't care for them.
Uh,
Hell, look, don't get me wrong. I love everything living. I don't even hunt anymore, although I still love venison. But I don't care if it was Bambi in front of me. Between me wiping out a family next to me or taking out Bambi, I'm sorry, Bambi's gone. You know. Uh, yeah, I don't care for that. I don't want to see somebody get injured. Uh, and I hate to say it because it's to me, honestly, a human life is worth more than even your family dog.
mm.
Okay, I hate to say that because I had a wonderful dog that
And in
actually,
the situation you're talking about, if you get in an accident, you're responsible, and that will, for most people, repeat and repeat and repeat and repeat, and you'll being guilty. And I hit a person with a car several years ago, and it was not fun.
no,
The punishment was the least dramatic thing. The thing was the repeat when the
yep,
person actually hit the hood of the car. It was, yeah,
yep,
haunting
yep,
almost.
yep. Psychologically and emotionally, that will devastate you. Trust
Yeah,
me on that. Yeah, it will. But and that's why I say, and again, I don't want to sound harsh or anything, but given a choice between, running over the family pet or swerving and having a chance of taking out a pedestrian,
mm,
your family pet's gone. I'm sorry, even my own. That's just a choice I would make. I'd still feel horrible, but
yeah,
and with that being said, humans over animals anytime, Will Parnett. Well, it's coming up to my point here too, and it's not something I'm proud of, but it's something I had to do. Uh, I've been in combat before. I have taken out humans on more than one occasion. As a matter of fact, in close hand combat, I took out 4 very well trained, heavily armed enemy combatants with the melted end, well, with the melted barrel of an M60, because that's all I had with me. And so,
in
realistically, um,
in the
I don't.
military?
Yeah,
Uh,
realistically, I never want to have to do that again. I
uh,
will if I have to defend myself or somebody else,
uh,
but it's not something that I want to do. Again, speaking about animals, um, I had a dog. She was a Shepherd Chow Rottweiler mix, and going through the breakup with my first wife, I was home all by myself, just me and the dog. And at the time, I used to sleep with a loaded pistol in the bed.
okay.
And the dog woke me up about 2 o'clock in the morning. She going crazy. So I grabbed my pistol. I opened the door to the bedroom, and the dog come running out. I came running behind her, had the pistol in my hand, and 2 shots rang out. One hit me right in the side, dropped me like a sack of potatoes. I had hardwood floors. When I hit the ground, uh, that pistol came out of my hand and it disappeared. Ended up had somebody breaking into the house. They fired 2 rounds at the dog. They hit the dog once and they hit me once. And the dog ended up uh, taking the guy out and took him down and dragged him out of the house. She literally ripped his left testicle off, uh, ripped his throat, got him in the chest and everything, and he survived, but he spent more time in the hospital than I did.
Okay.
And the bad part was when the police and the EMT showed up, the dog wouldn't let them in the house. They were going to shoot my dog, but fortunately, a neighbor showed up that had known my dog since she was a puppy, always around, and he took her to the vets and got her fixed up. She eventually died from her wounds. A couple years later, it caused a blood clot. But yeah, given honestly, given the choice between an animal or human, I'm sorry, if it's an innocent person, bystander, or something like that, and I'm driving, I'm gonna hit the animal, and that's just it. I can't deal with making a
I see.
choice and taking out a human
Yeah.
over an animal.
I
You
guess the legal system is quite similar across the sea or quite across the pond or what do you call it? Um, because if you hit an animal of some sort, it won't. There's no following um, penalties or cases or anything. But then, anyway, when at least here, when you hit a living person, you immediately lose your license and you get penalty by fines, and you don't get to drive up to 2 years later. If you're unfortunate, need to take your driver's license all over again.
hmm
So just from the law perspective, it's easier to hit the animal than the person.
Oh yeah. Oh
Mm.
yeah. Yep. Yep. Well, it's the same here. As long as it's not done on purpose. If you're you know basically that's why they call them accidents, because it wasn't on purpose. And even a lot of times it depends who was at fault as well. Now I'm talking human beings, because there is such a thing that they have here, and I'm pretty sure it's worldwide as well, and it's called suicide by truck.
Yeah,
Somebody
yeah.
somebody decides they want to unalive themselves,
Oh,
and they
yeah.
walk right out in front of a big truck because they know boom, it's going to be instant.
Yeah. It's not usual to walk here, but on the highways to just stare right towards the truck. That's the thing.
Hmm. Yep.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I've known people that's happened to. I've known drivers, and it's the same thing. They just bothers them to this day. But
Yeah. They
anyway,
also hit by the trauma, of course. The repeated thing and feel guilt and everything. Even though the person hitting them was with purpose,
right?
um, it's terrible how to destroy another one's life.
Yeah, it's not a good thing. Not a good
No.
thing for everyone concerned, honestly. But anyway, that this video took a different turn than what I expected.
From 2 or 4 barrel carburetor to yeah.
Yeah, went from a transmission, uh,
Yeah. Transmission.
engine build, and
Yeah.
fueling, different fueling systems for carburetor, right down to death, destruction, killing people and animals. That's yeah.
And actually, that's why I love this live chats. Even with Barrel's Garage,
Mm.
I clicked that StreamYard link once, and I think we drifted off that time too.
Oh yeah, that's I'll be honest with you. That's a lot of times when I'll get on with Bear Rose, and I've tried to limit myself quite a bit because there's been quite a few times I've gone on there, intending on being on there for 15, 20 minutes. 2.5 hours later, I can see Bear Rose going, "Oh my God, would you shut up? I gotta
Yeah.
go home. I gotta go to sleep." And I think that's might have been one of the reasons why he changed it to Sunday from Saturday too, because the few times that I was on, quite a few times I was on Saturday, it's like, "Oh, well, Sidewinder, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. We started this at 8 o'clock at night. I don't know about you, sir, but I got things I gotta do here. Oh, in
Yeah.
3 hours. So yeah, but yeah, I will do that. I will do that a lot on Bear Rose.
Yeah.
And thank you. He is so awesome though.
Yeah. Really. Where?
Everybody is.
Which state are you in?
I am in Virginia. Bear
Virginia.
Rose is where's Bear Rose, guys? He's out in Ohio, isn't
Idaho.
he?
Idaho.
Idaho, Idaho.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean that's the other cool thing too that
So it's
like I
almost
mentioned before.
10 at your place now.
Yes, yes it
Yeah.
is. Almost 10
Yeah.
o'clock.
Yeah. Almost 4 o'clock here.
Yeah, and there should be a count. Oh my God. Yeah, I've been on for an hour and a half just babbling
Oh,
away.
no problem for me. I had a thought in mind, but forgot it. Oh, anyway. So your work is driving a truck, semi-trailer.
Yes, sir. Yep. Yep.
Okay. And for FedEx kind of thing, or a smaller thing, or
Well, what it is, I work for a medium-sized trucking company, and
yeah.
it's called EPS. But we also have contracts, to other dedicated contracts, dedicated
Okay.
runs to other companies. And believe it or not, yeah, the contract that I'm under with my trucking company, they have a contract with Philip Morris, and so that's who I show up to. I show up to Philip Morris, and I don't haul the cigarettes, but I haul everything that goes into making the cigarettes, the paper, the filters, the packaging. And I actually, to be honest with you, I'm more or less a glorified yard jockey, which means I usually stay on site. 90% of my work is staying on site, and just moving the empty trailers out of the dock and putting a full one in, or vice versa. I also do make certain deliveries, but again, I don't touch the cigarettes or have anything to do with the cigarettes themselves.
Okay.
But yeah, I've been doing that for a while. Matter of fact, the company that had that contract for over 40 years, I used to work for that company, and then um, Epps, the company I work for now, came in and got the contract and put my other company out of business. So I just swapped companies. I'm doing the same job, just with a different company.
Okay. So you don't own your own truck or something. You're just an employee.
Yeah, no, I'm just a company driver, and
Mhm.
when I started driving, you could make good money, especially if you had your own truck.
Mhm.
Nowadays, not so much. I mean, you can, but it's a lot harder. It's a lot harder.
Okay.
Again, you have to realize that a lot of these companies, especially if you have your own truck, they want you to have a truck that's 5 years old or newer. So by
Yeah.
the time you finish paying off your truck, which can be
Mhm.
150, 200,000, $300,000, depending on how much you want to spend on the truck, you got 5 years to pay that off,
Mhm.
and then you have to go right back in debt for another $200,000.
I see.
And then, of course, the cost of fuel as well, because these trucks, they really don't get 30 or 40 miles to a gallon. Um, the average is somewhere between 6 and 8 miles to a gallon,
Yeah.
and that's a lot of money at $4 a gallon.
Absolutely.
And a lot of these trucks, I mean, I have small tanks, and I still hold. Oh, what is it? Yeah, I still carry 180 gallons of fuel in my truck, and
Yeah.
those are small tanks.
Yeah.
A lot of these trucks will have over 300 gallons in them, and if you're running cross country,
Mhm.
you're filling them up. You're filling them up 2, 3 times a week
Mhm.
at 300 gallons,
Mhm.
and that's $1,200 a shot.
Mhm.
So in a week you could spend over $3,000 just in fuel, and that's not including your permits that you have to pay for each state
Yeah.
and everything else.
So it's easier to just be
Insurance.
an employee.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yep. Because I mean, it sounds great that you can make $6,000, $7,000 a week owning your own rig. The problem is, out of that 7,000, you might get to keep 1,500 to 2,000.
Yeah.
The rest you're paying your bills. Whereas a company driver, I'm still making 2,000 a week, and after taxes, I get to keep $50. But no, seriously, after taxes, I take home about 1,300.
Mm.
So I mean, I'm right within the same league as an owner operator, your average owner operator, as far as disposable income goes.
Yeah. And not the responsibility.
Right. And we're not even talking about the unexpected breakdowns and maintenance. If I throw a rod in my engine, or if the transmission quits on me, I'm not looking at a $10,000 fix it bill, and also not having any income because the truck isn't moving.
Mm.
That can cost you easy $25,000
Mm.
in 4 days,
Yeah.
and then it takes you another month to recoup that.
I think that is a quite a big difference between European truckers and Americans, because you mostly, to my understanding, has semi trucks, and here is more of the specified truck, where you just have the truck or maybe a trailer. So or maybe you got even a crane mounted on the truck. So you can't just break down and just get another truck because it's built for your purpose.
Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
But if you got a semi, you can just take a tractor and move another trailer, of course. But when your truck is specifically built, it's not so easy.
right, right. Yeah. Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. In the United States, we do have specialty tractors and stuff that have to be matched to what they're hauling. We do have those, and not every truck is the same. The little truck I'm using is a day cab. It doesn't have a sleeper on it, and it's only rated for a certain amount of weight as well. So if one of the OTR trucks breaks down and they're carrying a heavy load, I can't use my truck legally now. Legally, I can't use my truck to go pick up their load. My truck's not rated for that weight. So yeah, we got almost the same thing, but a lot of it's a little different. It's not as specific.
Mm. And we're more electric than you, I think. So this is a truck that I actually worked on. It's an electric Volvo
Oh yeah,
with with a crane.
I gotcha.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
and just changing subject. Actually, the electric truck, um, it worked perfectly when it's only that truck. But now they're swapping out the diesel forklifts with electric. So now I can't feel his daytime with that electric truck because the diesel, not the diesel, but the electric powered forklifts need
Yep.
power too. So now he can't meet the hours of the day because he has to charge.
Oh, I gotcha. I understand. Yeah, that's they do have they've been trying some electric trucks, experimenting with them, mostly out on the left coast, out by California on the west coast of the United
Yeah.
States, and
And
a
they're
lot,
often the more emissions
yeah,
states than the others.
yeah. They're California has always been since the '70s.
Yeah,
They have always been a lot tougher on emissions and
small
everything
things. Yeah.
than the rest of the country. And part of the problem they're running into again is like you said, it's taking a longer time for the vehicles to charge. Two, they don't have the range that a diesel has, and a lot of people. I mean, America. I've heard this from a lot of my European friends too that have moved to America. They're like everything is so spread out, even in your cities.
Yeah.
You can't just rely on public transportation and walk unless you're in a big major hub, like New York or something like that. But for 90% of America, um, yeah, you don't walk because everything is too far, and you
I
have
see.
to understand from coast to coast, that's over 3,000 miles. I don't know if you guys use the metrics, and I'm trying to figure out what miles
I
would
have
be
Google.
converted to kilometers.
Yeah, that's why we have Google.
Ah, there you go. So from the East Coast to the West Coast is over 3,000 miles.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's
From,
almost 5,000 kilometers.
right. And from, I mean, just from my folks' house when they were alive to where I'm living now in Virginia, from Massachusetts to Virginia, it's about 650 miles.
Yeah,
And I'm not I'm not that far away. Every when I was driving the truck over the road, uh 600 miles a day was average for me, and I could do that in about 10 hours. And that was a medium-sized run. Okay, that wasn't even considered a long run. That was a day's worth of work to
Mm.
run 600 miles,
Uh,
and
I
you still.
commented that one too, and it seems like several hours. Yes.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, and of course, the United States is not all flat. You have some good hills here. You have some big mountains. You have all sorts of weather. I mean, it can be snowing. You can have 3 feet of snow up in
Yeah.
Massachusetts, and you can have 80-degree weather, sunny, right down in Florida, all in the same day.
Mm.
I mean, the United States is huge. How the government ever thinks we're going to be able to afford and transition to all electric vehicles
Not
within the
possible.
next 4 years, I don't see it. No, I don't see it financially or feasibly or
No,
realistically possible.
no, not at all. But it's quite fascinating how the electric theme is just moving around the world. I live in Norway, where we have a lot of electric cars now. I think we're the closest one to be all electrified by new car sales.
Hmm.
By just a few years, I think is the limit was actually next year, but I haven't told the statistics yet. Um, but not far from it anyway. And we got a lot of hydropower, which is of course green power.
Yep.
But anyway, if you move just to Germany, England, even Australia, the politicians say the same thing. They force on the electric thing, the electric car movement, and even trucks.
Well,
And
speaking of that, here is the thing that has blown my mind. Growing up with older parents, my dad was born in 1914.
yeah,
Okay, in the backwoods of Maine and everything. And during the 20s, stories from his folks, things he also saw is that when electricity started becoming very common in the beginning part of the 20th century, early 1900s and everything, it was not uncommon for a lot of just regular homeowners to have their own um, generators
yeah,
for electricity. And I'm not talking gasoline or diesel, I'm talking hydro-powered,
okay,
um, and everything. And it was really amazing. A lot of homes had their own personal power unit, power supply unit. Well, the government and the big corporations, Westinghouse especially, figured out by everyone having their own power supply, they weren't going to make any money.
yeah,
And so now it's very difficult. Now everybody wants to go electric. Okay. That we already have, just with all the electronics that I've seen come into your normal house in the
yeah,
last 50 years. Um, everything, even when it's off, it's still running. They have
yeah,
a backup. There's always something running in the background.
yeah.
And compared to what was electrically powered when I was a kid to what I have right now in my own house, it has to have at least doubled, if not 2.5 times as much electronic devices in the house.
Absolutely.
Simple things like televisions. Every room in my house has a TV in it because I had
Mm,
kids. All right.
mm,
When I was growing up, we had one television. It was downstairs.
yep,
Okay. But stuff like that. So the draw on our electrical infrastructure right now is hitting the limit. Now, you want to take a
absolutely.
car and you want to charge it at home or charge it at work or have charging stations. Where are the power plants? And we've been shutting down our nuclear power plants. We're starting to shut down the coal power plants. And I haven't heard anything that's out there replacing them.
No,
Forget about making your own power like they used to 100 years ago. There are so many loopholes. I mean, so much red tape you have to go through in order to have your own power generator for for your own house, other than an emergency gas or diesel. And even
Okay.
those, in some places, you need permits and everything. How are they gonna put the infrastructure in and take care of everybody going to electric? I don't see it for the United States, and I understand there's a difference between New Zealand, Norway, uh, even Switzerland. You know,
Yeah,
they're
but
just
I don't think the difference is that big because the power thing is a issue everywhere. If everything is converted from diesel or gasoline to electric, then every nation has a problem.
oh yeah, and then
E-
we're not even
Even
talking
here, it was not this winter, but last winter, it was a big thing. I don't remember, January, February, where the power supply wasn't big enough. So they asked people to charge the electric vehicles at night because you can't cook and charge your vehicle at the same time.
right,
So
right.
even here with hydropower and everything, we don't have enough power to power all the vehicles
And
just by now. And they
there's
ask more.
also natural things that you have to worry about too. And this goes back. I was alive when this happened. This happened in the 1980s, early 1980. Uh, Something as simple and uncontrollable as a solar flare. It took out
Yeah,
the whole northeast grid from
yeah,
Canada. I think it was right down through New England. I think it went. I think it went to Maryland. I'm not sure about that. You know, I'm pulling this up from 40-year-old memory, but I do remember when that happened. And all that was a simple solar flare. It
mm,
shut down the power grid for 3 days.
yeah,
And can you imagine? I mean, that was back in the 80s. That was before the internet. That was before everybody was so reliant on a lot of these electronics nowadays.
yeah.
And no telling what it might have done, simply to your car, to your electric vehicles now. I don't know how well shielded they are from, basically, it was an EMP pulse, but it came from the sun. I don't know how well uh, cars
But
are
but
shielded.
anyway, if the solar thing you're talking about hits, they might the vehicles might be fine, but even then, if the grid is off, how can you charge them? And uh,
Exactly.
and if you're driving a lot, maybe the charge only lasts one day, and 3 days is a lot.
Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, and that's the funny thing too. Growing up, especially like I said, with older parents, we always had a plan B because they grew up without electricity. My father grew up without
Yeah,
electricity.
yeah,
Matter of fact, uh, I get a kick out of this, but he didn't even use an indoor bathroom with running water
yeah, yeah,
until he joined the service in 1936. That was the
yeah,
first time he ever used an inside toilet and took an inside shower.
yeah.
Before that, where he grew up in the backwoods of Maine, they didn't even have those luxuries. He
I
grew up
see.
using an outhouse and everything. So me growing up too, uh, kind of one of the things, yeah, I always had running water, electricity. We had oil heat as well as wood stoves and everything. To this day, I still have a wood stove.
Mm,
Again, that's part of Plan B. If something goes out, I got heat and I got a place to cook.
mm.
And but anyway, again, growing up, I spent a lot of my childhood out in the woods. I was fortunate enough. I didn't grow up in a city. I grew
Yeah.
up in a rural area, and I spent a lot of time out in the woods, basically making my own lean-tos, making my own shelter, cooking my own food, hunting my own food. Again, like I said, I haven't hunted in about 20 years, but it was just something I took for granted growing up. Never thought anything about it. And I started thinking, going 3 days a week without water or electricity nowadays, there's a lot of people couldn't handle it. there's a lot
Absolutely.
of people wouldn't be able to handle it. I not to sound like a prepper or a conspiracy nut or anything like that, but
Yeah.
I honestly, for my whole family here, I have enough supplies. Not as much as I would like, but what I've been able to scrape together between water, uh, food, um, a way to make my own electricity if need be, for about a month to carry us through for about a month.
A month.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's for about 6 people.
Yeah, but that's quite impressive. Most
Yeah,
people have, as you said, mostly 2 days or maybe three.
yeah. Well, I'm not going to say we're going to be living high on the hog and having steak and good food and everything, but
No, no,
I
no.
have enough that we could survive
Wow,
without
yeah.
anything coming in for about a month.
Yeah. That's quite
Uh,
impressive.
yeah, it is. Now, if I could get rid of my son-in-law, who I don't get along with, that could extend it for another 3 days for each of us, and I could probably think of one or two others, so I could probably make it stretch for 2 months.
Yeah, I see. Well, but do you have them drink water or do you have
Yeah,
to boil it? Or-
well, right now, you have to understand where I live. It's called Highland Springs. We have natural springs right here.
Okay, okay,
So there, and the water table's high. So I mean, literally digging a shallow well, you hit the water table, and it's
okay.
fresh water. Not
Yeah,
only that, but I also have an 11,000 gallon pool sitting in the back
okay.
in my backyard. That water can be filtered, or it can just be used for washing, and which
Yeah,
a lot of people don't understand in a situation where you don't have modern conveniences. Personal hygiene, as
yeah,
well as cleaning everything else, is very important. Um,
absolutely.
and that water, that pool water, is good for that too, because I have the chlorine, I have the bleach, I have all the chemicals. So it might not be drinking water unless you can filter that stuff out, and you can use,
Yeah,
excuse me, iodine. You can make that water drinkable if you need to, but other than that, that is also a good, clean, sterilized 11,000 gallons roughly
yeah.
of water that's available, so that we don't have to worry too much about dysentery from being, you know, getting an injury, infection, stuff like that. Keep yourself clean. Keep everything
Yeah.
else around you clean. Um, and again, as far as natural water goes, I live in Highland Springs. I can go 10 feet down, and I'm into the water table, and I get fresh water.
Yeah. Actually, here or not just the people living here, but even the politicians and the whole system is not prepared for anything at all. We're quite close to the Russians actually, and we have got a pretty great coastline, which of course the Russians are interested in
Oh yeah.
if if the thing turns. But still, preparing and stuff like that is nothing people ever talk about, almost
I
ever.
See, I don't do it to be a prepper. It's just the way I was brought up. My folks went and lived through the Great Depression, where they had absolutely nothing. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
just trying to feed themselves. They had to be self-reliant. They had to
Hmm.
go out. They couldn't go down to the supermarket,
No.
and buy food. They had to go
Mm.
out in the woods,
Mm.
and they had to get the meat themselves, even if it was just a squirrel. They had
Yeah.
to. I'm not kidding you. They did that. I've had squirrel before. Um, but that's it. It was just self preservation, self surviving, and
Yeah.
it's just something that they instilled in me. I'm the youngest out of 16 as well. I have 8 sisters and 7 brothers, and it's something that
Six-
we
16
they in.
siblings? Or
Yeah, yeah. I'm the youngest
okay.
out of 16. 8 sisters,
16,
7
okay.
brothers,
Oh my
and
God.
it's something that the folks instilled in all of us. Every single one of us too. We moved out of the house. We weren't kicked out,
Yeah.
but we were brought up to be independent. and we all moved out when we were 17, every single one of us.
Yeah.
A couple of us, myself included, moved back in for a little while,
Okay.
but then we moved back out. But yeah, we were all moved out and on our own when we were 17, and giving it a shot ourselves, living on our own. Um, but again, that was something that the folks instilled in us. Same with, like I said, I don't give it a second thought on the stuff that I have stored. Just it was the way I was brought up, and again, I always like to have a plan B.
Yeah. Very good.
Plan A is your daily living. Everything goes the way it's supposed to, and nothing happens. Plan B is to take care of those minor inconveniences, things that pop up, like the transmission going out on my truck.
Yeah.
I have backup transportation. I don't have it all the time, but I do
Yeah.
have a way to get back and forth to work. And
I,
thanks
I,
to
I
this
I can
community,
say that my only plan B is that vehicle thing you're talking about, because I always had all vehicles and always a couple of them.
yep,
So if it breaks down, I can always take the other one.
right,
But
right.
speaking of foods and water, I'm quite a bit short there.
Well, I'll be honest with you. The way I look at it right now, I'm short. I'm about 50% down than what I would like to have.
Okay, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm not
But
feeling extremely comfortable. I would like to have, at least 2 months for
yeah,
8 people, not 1 month for six.
yeah, I see, I see. What are you talking about? Sealed? I can't remember the thing. The sealed stuff.
Oh yeah, the canned food.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Mm.
yeah. I am like I was taught too. We rotate the stock. Uh,
28.
yeah, yeah. We rotate the stock so it never goes out of date.
Yeah,
I have a lot of dry. I have a lot of bulk dry stuff.
yeah,
Stuff that my folks took for granted because that's what they were used to. They would buy a lot of stuff in bulk, and it would be a lot of dry stuff, but they made everything from scratch. They didn't go out and buy Betty Crocker cake mix. They had their flour, they had their baking soda, they had
yeah.
all their ingredients dry and fresh and stored.
Yep. Mm.
I have a lot of that, and I do have to keep an eye on it because that's not stuff that I regularly rotate because I'm like everyone else. I will go to the store, and if I want biscuits, you know, I won't make them from scratch all the time, so I don't go through a whole lot of flour
Uh,
and stuff. I buy it in the box, and I just add water and milk and toss it in the oven. You
yeah,
know, so that's something I have to keep an eye on. Is a lot of my bulk dry food
yeah.
because believe it or not, that it does have a shelf life, and they will go bad, and you have to keep an eye out for bugs, friggin' bugs, because they will get in there even if it seems perfectly sealed.
Mm.
But again, we changed the subject. We went off on another tangent.
Yeah. Uh, I'm not that familiar with geography, so I just had to check. You're on the East Coast, it seems.
Yes, sir.
Mm.
Yes, sir. It's called the Mid Atlantic
Yeah.
where I'm at. It's about halfway down on the east coast of the United States. Halfway between uh, let's say, Boston, Massachusetts, and Florida.
Mm.
Yeah, Mopar Nut, you're bringing up a lot of good points here. As long as you can kill, you can eat, and as long as you can grow, you will eat. But take
Yeah.
those away, and you will starve. Yep.
Yeah. But not for everyone. myself included, I never killed an animal, or I never have to harvest anything. Just been fed up with everything's on the table. So, well, in crucial times, I guess one needs to find out. But I'm not used to it at all.
Yeah, well, and that's something. I grew up hunting. I grew up learning. Well, I'm from New England, so a little bit of the vegetation is similar, and a lot of the animals and everything are similar here in Virginia. But I'd still have to relearn
Mhm.
a little bit. And honestly, people have never hunted before, and they go, "Well, I'll just get a rifle and I'll go out and I'll shoot a deer." It's not that easy. You
No, no.
you have to realize any animal, you go out in the woods, you're in their home, you're in their living room, you're in their backyard, you're in
Yeah.
their house. They know something's different,
Yep.
and they know where you're at. Believe it or not, and it's not as simple as buying a shotgun or buying a rifle and going out and saying, "Oh, look at that."
Fine.
No, most of the time you don't even see them. I mean, it's amazing how quick a deer can disappear.
Yep.
I mean, 4 steps into the woods and they're gone. You have no idea where they went if you don't know uh,
Absolutely.
how to hunt. Yeah, and even when you are experienced, it's very easy to lose track of an animal, especially even a wounded one. And that's one of the biggest fears of hunters. That's something you don't want to do is wound an animal.
Yeah.
You know they're going to bleed out, and you can't find them.
Yep.
Yeah, that is a terrible thing. That
Mm,
is
mm, mm.
awful. And as far as growing up, having a garden, my dad's garden was 3 acres. That was his garden.
Mhm.
Three friggin' I hate gardening. I I do not like. I love fresh vegetables. To this day, I will not eat canned vegetables unless it's my only choice. But I can't stand gardening because I did it so much as a kid. Could I do it again? Yeah. Well, I got a little herb garden going on here and stuff like that, but nothing major. And that's another thing I really should get on. I just can't bring myself to do it though because I hate it so much. I don't enjoy it at all.
Well,
But at least I do have somewhat of the knowledge to do it.
yeah. Yeah. I don't. If you survive, if you give me a greenhouse or something, I am okay. That's fine. I don't know anything about it. Not I don't know anything about tomatoes or potatoes or anything to how to make them thrive or at least eatable.
Well, I'll tell you a little secret about a potato.
Yeah.
Okay. And this has been my experience, at least on the East Coast of the United States. You get some potatoes, okay?
Mhm.
Let them go, till they start sprouting the eyes
Uh,
like that. You can cut them up and then just throw them out in some good soil, even a compost. If you do any composting,
uh,
all right. If you want to grow potatoes, let one potato, just one potato, go until you get the eyes, till they start growing out, and then section it up so that you still have the eyes. Throw them in your compost pile. Okay. If you want potatoes, it'll take a while, but they'll grow. If you don't want potatoes, just take the whole potato and mix it in your compost pile, and it will overtake your compost pile.
okay.
That's the way it works. If you don't want the damn things, they will grow left and right. If you're trying to grow them, you'll get them. You'll get them, but it'll take a little while. But
Yeah.
potatoes, yeah, potatoes, especially if you throw them in a compost pile and just leave them be, they're fine. You will get potatoes. You will
Okay.
have no
Yeah.
problem with that.
I don't think I learned that at school.
Yeah. We ask me how I know.
So, probably
I
tried or the old parents maybe.
no, no, recently. Recently.
Okay.
I had It wasn't even a compost pile. It was just a pile of crap that I'd cleaned up
Okay.
from around the yard and everything, grass clippings, some soil,
Yeah.
dog poop, and everything.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
I just, at the time, I couldn't get out to the front yard to, dispose of it properly, but I had a little space behind the shed, and I made a pile. Not a big pile, but I made a decent little pile. Well, somehow one of those potatoes got mixed up in there. I got friggin' potatoes up the yin yang right now. They're coming out all over the place. I didn't mean to do it. I didn't want to do it.
Uh-huh.
It just happened.
Yeah. But you eat potatoes regularly, or
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, they're not going to waste. They're not
no?
going to
No.
waste. Yeah. And most
I
part
just
now
discussed
can't.
with my I just discussed with my mom yesterday or last day about even people at my own age, around 30, 40s, at least here, they don't eat potatoes anymore. Just boiling rice or pasta.
Oh, I gotcha.
And, and I don't, they say themselves that they don't like potatoes. I can't understand that point. Um, but anyway, yeah.
Well, part of my ancestry is Irish as well. That's why I can only go out in the sun for about 30 seconds before I turn red as a lobster. But
Yeah, I got red hair,
um,
so yeah.
but also my folks being from Maine, one of the biggest food products that they have in Maine is the potato as well. So I mean, it's to me it was a natural cultural thing growing up, and oh, I love potatoes. Myself, I usually make what I call home fries, which is I cut the potatoes up, I season them, and I will fry them in a cast iron pan on a stove top or on a fire or on a wood stove. And I usually cook them in bacon fat as well. And are they healthy for you? No. But are they filling and do they taste good? Yes. You know, a plain potato, my dad used to just take a raw potato, add a little bit of salt to it, and eat it like an apple.
Okay.
I can't stand that.
No,
I don't like potatoes that much.
no.
Uh, Same with mashed potatoes. I'll eat mashed potatoes, but to me they're a little bit plain.
Yeah.
I like them with a little bit of roasted garlic in them, and then definitely butter. And then you have your toppings, salt and pepper, chives, sour cream. But yeah, potatoes. I can understand why a lot of people don't like potatoes if you're not used to having them seasoned. If you just try to eat them plain.
Yeah, but anyway, I think it's about trends or something like
Yeah.
that. At least here, I was grown up with potatoes with brown sauce and meatballs
Oh yeah.
stuff, and potatoes was always there.
Yep.
But other householdings didn't always have the potato, so they're not that used to it. And then the next generations don't.
Uh,
At least it seems to me they don't eat potatoes at all, almost.
I'll tell you what.
And then they can say they don't like it, but I don't know.
Yeah. Well, taste change. A lot of things change, and things come into style, go out of style, and everything. And my God, yeah, my sister Carol just showed up. That's Voodoo Lady, and she just said here, "How the hell did you go from truck mechanics to potatoes?" Now, Carol, I don't know how long you've been watching, but we've gone through all sorts of different subjects here, all kinds. God, we went through everything.
I think I actually just went in and went out on a live stream earlier when you talked about something completely different. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, that happens. That happens. It might be on my end. I mean, if the wind changes down here, I lose the internet or I'll freeze up. But Ah, yeah, Carol, there you go. Steve, Dean Stevenson just told you because we can. That's how we went from trucks to potatoes because we can.
Yeah.
Oh, Mopar nut, truck full of potatoes. I have a picture. My father, again, used to work for a place called the Woodman Potato Company, and he was a truck driver. And he has a picture. He used to run from Maine to Florida during the growing season, work his way up and down. This is before the interstate. And I got a picture of him on one of the trucks he was driving, and that thing is just stacked. It's a flatbed, and it was just stacked way over the top of the cab of that truck with sacks of potatoes. Not a single one of them was tied down. And he said he rode that load for about 300 miles before he got a chance to deliver it. And that was on an old 19, I think he said, God, I can't remember the year, but it was an old Mac and it was a chain drive Mac. It didn't have a drive shaft on. It was an old chain drive Mac. And God, I wish I could find. I know I have the picture somewhere. I'm gonna have to dig it out and take a snapshot of it and throw it up on one of my videos someday.
Speaking of reserves,
Oh, there you go.
microwave dish.
I got you. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. But oh God, you gotta go to work here in a little bit, don't you? Okay. All right. Ooh, I'm gonna be unsupervised here in a little bit. I know, I know, I know. She said she won't be gone that long, but that's okay. You know you don't have to be gone that long for me to get in trouble. But oh yeah, the sun's out. It warmed up real nice. Oh God,
But where's
you're
the
getting
truck?
what's
Hmm?
that, sir?
Where's the truck at now? Are you waiting on parts? Are you waiting on the transmission, or
No,
where's it at?
the truck is in my driveway. The
Uh,
transmission, well, the overdrive part of the transmission is in my shed, along with the actual transmission itself.
uh,
All the parts and pieces to put the overdrive together are out in the shed. What I'm waiting on right now, to be honest with you, is motivation. I have no ambition or motivation to go out
okay.
there and work on that thing right now. I will
That's
get to it.
very familiar.
Yeah, I will get to it. Um, but yeah, it's I don't know if I'll get to it today. This I have a week off starting
Yeah,
today. Actually, I have
okay.
14 days off, including the weekends starting today. So I might just. I really don't want to say this while the wife is here because she already started spouting off on the honeydew list. You know, mow the grass, do everything around here while she's at work.
Yeah,
But I might just go back in the house, turn the TV on, and sit in the air conditioning today. I don't know.
okay.
I don't know. Yeah,
But
I know, honey. I know you'll be back.
did did VGG put it out another video yesterday?
Did
Vice
I
Garage.
did I do what, sir?
Did Vice Garage put up another video yesterday?
Oh, I missed that. Yeah, no, I didn't see it.
I don't know. I don't know. I haven't checked. I fell asleep last night, so I don't know.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, no, again, it's funny with YouTube. A lot of the places, a lot of the channels I am subscribed to, I'm not getting the notifications like I used to. And
Okay.
so I don't know. I'm subscribed to Vice Grip Garage, yeah, because I like watching that.
Uh,
Um,
it's quite unique, I think.
well, the funny thing is, he's doing stuff that me and my friends used to do, 40 years ago before the internet. You
Yeah.
get an old junk car, you get it running, and you hope to God you make it home so that you can fix it up to either use it or sell it. And that was something I was doing as a teenager, you know. And
Yeah.
and it's funny because a lot of the things he ends up doing and the stuff that happens to him, I'm like, I was there when I was 17. I was in that same situation, and a lot of times it was with that car too when it was 40 years younger. You know,
Yeah.
it was still a piece of crap back then, but we didn't care.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, a lot of it, I grew up with trucks. I've always had a truck, and a lot of the vehicles that we did that stuff with, like they do on Vice Grip Garage, were old trucks, and a lot of them we were just getting them for parts so that we
Yeah.
could just fix up the trucks that we had running.
Yeah.
And but then again, the reason why we went and got the parts truck is because our regular truck wasn't running, and so we couldn't tow it. So we had to get the parts truck running so we could drive it and get it home.
Yeah.
Uh, we did not try the 600 or 700 mile runs like
No.
he's doing,
Or
but you know,
1200 or.
yeah, yeah. No, I think the furthest I ever went was 120 miles to
That's
get
far
a
enough.
rather sketchy vehicle. Excuse me for a second. The wife is leaving. Love you. All right. Have a good day at work. Oh, I know, but I'm still thinking 3 hours. Let me see what I have in the fridge here. What? Oh, shit! You heard that? I'm sorry. When I said, "Let me see what I have in the fridge here," she knew I was talking about a beer. Oh, I have one. I can't get in too much trouble with just one beer, can I? I don't know. Sounds like a challenge. Oh, okay. The wife is. Oh shit! My sister's still on. Damn it! She's gonna tell the wife I had a beer. Potatoes. Yeah, Voodoo Lady, my sister. Potatoes have potassium better than rice, and better than rice and pasta. Buy them once, then grow them forever. She's got some growing now. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's true, man. Honestly, like you said, oh, what is, you have a pile of dirt behind your house. We were talking about. Try that with the potato, man, and see what happens. You know, Eric. Um,
Oh.
compost pile. You said you have a compost pile.
Mm.
Yeah. Separate a little bit of it and toss a potato in there and see what happens. You know, like I said, let the potato grow, get its eye stalks and everything, and then toss it and see what happens. You should have. Let's see. This is June. My sister would be able to tell me. She'd know a little bit better. July, August. Yeah, you should have some potatoes during summer. Um, you might even want to try him. Yeah, he's also in Norway, so I don't know what the weather is like. I'm talking to my sister right now. I don't know exactly what their weather system is like, but Eric here is in Norway, and yeah, I was trying to. He's never grown potatoes before, so I was just trying to, you know, give him an idea, give him a little experiment, something to do. You definitely won't hurt anything by trying.
I guess we're down to about 50 Fahrenheit during nighttime.
Okay, yeah, no, that's warm enough. You'll be
Yeah.
fine. You'll be fine, and you really don't even have to worry about a frost until the tops of the potato plants start coming up.
Yeah.
So yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. Throw some in this week if you get a chance and see what happens. But 50 degrees Fahrenheit, Eric, I am jealous. We've hit 100 degrees Fahrenheit this week,
Yeah, but
and
that's nighttime.
yeah, well, even at night, it's only gotten down to the 90s.
Okay.
Um, And this week it's supposed to be getting up around 97. We have some cool days coming up. They're only going to be in the high 80s.
Okay,
Uh,
okay, okay. I see. Last or yesterday we had about 80. I converted it.
yeah.
That was daytime with
How,
sun.
how's the humidity in Norway? Do you have a high humidity?
We don't talk about it that much, so I don't know actually.
Well, if you don't
Uh,
talk about it, it can't be that high.
no, I guess not.
No, because I'll be honest with you. I was stationed out in the desert, and I'll take 120 degrees with dry.
120.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I was stationed out by Death Valley in
Oh
the
my
High
God.
Mojave Desert, and
Yeah.
I could handle 120-degree in the daytime weather because it was dry. It was very dry. You didn't even realize it was dangerous though, because you didn't even realize you were sweating.
Yeah.
So you could become dehydrated real quick and never even feel uncomfortable. But I would take that heat over an 85-degree day in Virginia with the humidity,
Okay.
because the humidity can get so bad here in Virginia without it even raining. You walk outside, you can run your hand like that through the air and it will come out dripping.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
That's nothing like here at
yeah.
all. I've never experienced that. But I have to take a leak, and I have to find my phone with the weather app, and I can check the humidity then.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, we'll wait here for you, sir. No
Yeah,
problem.
but talk to the others.
Oh, yeah, we'll do. Yeah, it's about time. I've been kind of ignoring them. I'm sorry, guys. I was trying to pay attention to everyone and everything, but again, I'm not so very good at multitasking. So when I have somebody in front of me, I kind of focus on that, even if it's just me. But okay, my sister, I'll tell him when he gets back. Okay, all right. So they're better potatoes, are better to plant in the fall. Why? I was kind of thinking that myself, but it's been so long since I've done it on purpose. Uh, the ones that I threw out here by accident in the backyard, not the ones in the front yard, but the ones in the backyard that I threw out by accident and just ignored. Uh, they're they're growing like crazy. They are growing like crazy. They're overtaking the pile of little, basically crap that I have a pile of back there. So I don't know. It's like I was telling Eric, if you try to grow them, yeah, you might get some and they'll be okay. If you throw them out by accident, they'll take over your whole backyard. I'm sure they have saunas in Norway. We can ask Eric. Matter of fact, Carol, if you want to hop on like you normally do, I got room to add you. That's not a problem. We can do that. You can talk to somebody from Norway face to face or face to phone. You know, it doesn't matter. Matter of fact, like I said, anyone can hop on here. Matter of fact, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna see if this will work. I'll I will add. Come on, where are you? All right, I see what's going on. All right, let's try this again. Hey, Eric, welcome back. Of course, my computer is being stupid. Here we go. Here's the link again. If anyone wants to show up and come in, I'll star this one too. But Oh, all right, Eric. My sister was wondering, uh, wanted to know, you do have saunas in Norway, right?
Have
Saunas. Um,
saunas.
yeah. You know, it's,
Not not as much as Finland, but some. Yeah.
okay. Because she was saying you probably would have better luck by planting the potatoes this fall after the summer. You'd probably
Did you
have
say summer or?
what's that?
I didn't understand. I thought you said sauna, sauna,
Yeah.
the,
Yep. Yep.
or
Exactly. Yeah.
summer or
No,
sun.
sauna. You had it right the first time. That's what I was
Okay.
asking about. You know, yeah, basically that hot little room you go in that could be
Yeah.
either dry or wet. Yeah, sauna. Um, but then, yeah, my bad, because then I transferred right to summer after
Yeah.
that, the season.
Okay.
So yeah, I understand the confusion, because that's what my sister. Oh, this will confuse you even more. What my sister was saying was wait till after summer, the season,
Okay.
and plant your potatoes in the fall. Let
Yeah.
them grow over the winter, and they
Yeah.
will do better.
Yeah.
Because if you plant them now during summer, it'll be like planting them in a sauna. It'll be too hot.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, thank you, Carol. Thank you, my sister Carol. Sauna is like the weather in Virginia. That's what she just put up, and that is
Yeah.
so true. When I was
Well,
talking about
explain.
the heat and humidity,
Mm,
uh, yeah, that's what it's like walking outside in the summertime in Virginia.
mm,
It's like stepping right into a sauna.
I see.
Oh, okay.
I don't know
Now,
which. I got the weather app. It's tell me about temperature and it's tell me about rain, wind, and pressure. Um, HPA. I don't know. I
what's your
don't know if
weather looking like for the week?
Hmm?
What's the weather forecast for this week?
Or the coming week. I need to. What? I actually can change it to Fahrenheit to make it easier.
Oh, there you
Uh,
go.
Temperature, Fahrenheit, back, weather. Tomorrow is getting up to 68. Monday about 70, 68, 68. And Thursday it's up to 63 with rain. And actually not. It's quite windy yesterday and now it's quite windy, but the wind is going out. I think for the week.
I got you. I got you. Well, to be honest with you, temperature wise, what you're telling me, I would find it very comfortable.
Yeah.
I would like that weather. Again, I'm looking close to low 90s to high 90s degrees Fahrenheit this whole week, and three maybe 4 days of rain, not all at once, but spread out through the week.
Mm.
We'll get a little bit of rain and everything, and unlike well, down here in Virginia, a lot of times people say, that aren't from Virginia will go, "Oh, you're going to get some rain. That'll be nice. It'll cool it off." No, it won't. It won't. You can literally see the steam coming off the roads and even the grass
Okay.
when it
Oh.
rains, and
Mm.
that's what you feel if you've ever made a pot of tea, and you know how it gets your kitchen nice and warm and wet. That's all the rain does in the summertime down here in Virginia. It just gets it. And the other gentleman that was on, Philip III, he lives in Florida. It's even worse in Florida.
Hmm. But maybe less rain, or
Well, in Florida, it's funny. In Florida, especially, I've always noticed during the summer, they have every day at about 3 to 4 o'clock, and this might be a small exaggeration, but not by much. But from April to about September, every day between 3 or 4 o'clock, they will get about an hour of rain, anywhere
okay.
from 20 minutes to about an hour of rain.
Hmm.
Just about every day, you can almost set your watch by it.
Okay, okay.
And you got to understand, Florida juts out from the continental United States. So you have the Gulf of Mexico on one side, which is a fairly large body of water. Then you have
Hmm.
the Atlantic Ocean on the other side,
Yeah,
which is
colliding.
another sizable body of water. And then, of course, at the tip, the two converge. The Atlantic Ocean comes in to the Gulf of Mexico.
Hmm.
And so they're just surrounded by water. And Florida is not overly wide, so no matter which way the wind is blowing, unless it's blowing directly from the north, you're going to get some sort of moisture and weather off one of the bodies of water.
Oh,
But what's again, the only time I've ever been out of the United States, and especially off the continent, the North American continent, was when
yeah.
I was in the military, and um, that was not a great experience, to be honest with you. But I've never been overseas per se as a civilian. And Norway, it's funny, Norway, Sweden, uh, Australia. I'd love to go to Australia and New Zealand too. But
Hmm.
what's Norway like, man? Oh, finish your breakfast. Finished eating. I'm sorry.
No, it's actually dinner. It's almost 5 o'clock now.
Oh, oh, there you go. It's 5 o'clock
But,
somewhere.
but yeah, right. But it is my first meal, so it's kind of breakfast, brunch, lunch, dinner, whatever.
I gotcha. I understand.
Uh,
Yeah.
but what do you mean by house Norway? Weather-wise, or
Well, let me put it to you this way. All right. What do I know about Norway? I know they have a bunch of fjords.
yeah, but
Um,
we do not have polar bears walking our streets.
gotcha. That is the other thing. I am a little bit off on your geological or geographical location. How far north are you? Um,
We're
the other
pretty
thing
far
is,
north.
all right, now I'm familiar with Greenland too.
Yeah.
One of the units I served with, that was where we were supposed to protect was Greenland. We were tasked, in case World War III ever happened, the Russians
The
invaded.
country Donald Trump wanted to buy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We won't go there, but yeah. But yeah. As far what I know about Norway is not much at all. I don't know the political system. I don't know what actually the people are like. To be honest with you, I've met two people from Norway. You're the second one.
Okay, okay. I would generally say that we're very kind people. We're also known for not being I don't know what to call it, but if we cross someone on the street, we're not out of nowhere just say hello, how you doing? We're just crossing. So you might just cross the people and don't know who it is or don't mind actually. But still, we're friendly. If you, the hospitality is great. If you come here, we give you food and shelter and everything.
Okay.
But not that social as maybe southern European countries are.
Okay, not as outgoing as
Yeah.
now I look
But
from the military too. I know a lot of people from Germany,
mm,
and honestly, now many people will say Americans are outgoing and can be friendly and everything. The people I met in Germany, uh, very easy for an American to think that they were so friendly that they were flirting with you, both guys and girls. It didn't
okay,
matter. They
okay.
just seemed to be so outgoing and so friendly. Now, of course, this was
Yeah,
back in the 1980s. You know, this is 30 years ago. Things
yeah,
can change, but yeah. So yeah, that really shocked me, especially. One of the things is it was the language barrier, and I learned a few words in German. And one of the things was I did this to a nice young lady. Um, she spoke better English than I do German, but when I found out, trying to talk to her and first meeting her and everything, I made the mistake, and this was the only term I knew at the time. I made the mistake of going "Was ist los,"
yeah,
which literally translates, I guess, into what is wrong, but it's also used as a greeting at the time is "What's up," basically.
yeah. But I don't
And
think you have to know the people that you ask that.
well, I will tell you what, she went off, and
Mm,
she was just so friendly, so bubbly, and everything, and
okay,
her
yeah.
eyes and her face and everything lit up, and it was just like, hold on, hold on, hold on. Let's go back to English because I have no idea what you just said.
Okay, so you opened just the gate and she, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that was that was an interesting experience. That was the first time that happened to me. I made the mistake a few other times too, just to see if I would get the same reaction, and it did every time. I mean, they
Yeah,
I honestly cannot say enough about how friendly they were to me, the German people, everyone that I met, especially when they found out I was trying to learn their language, and
yeah,
and showed an interest in their language and culture, and I imagine that is common uh, with everyone. You know, if you show an interest into their heritage, their culture, the
yeah,
way they are, and not even just specifically them, but their whole heritage, they're a little bit more friendly. They're a little bit more open. They're more interested in teaching
yeah,
you.
yeah. Just being a little bit humble, I think.
Yeah, yeah. Well, here's the thing too. I'm not a big guy. I'm not arrogant. I'm not hardcore. Um, that has a lot to do with being the youngest out of 16. I'm also the smallest out of them. And my sister Carol, who's still on here, oh, she'll tell you. She helped raise me because both my folks were working. And she kept me straight. And she had no problem. Funny story. Her oldest son, my nephew, is 3 years younger than me. And I used to spend a lot of time at my sister's house when my folks were working. And one thing I remember on top of her refrigerator, she had a big glass pitcher, for iced tea, stuff like that, big glass pitcher.
Mm,
It was full of wooden spoons. She
okay.
must have had about 50 wooden spoons up there. When me and her son misbehaved, if she came out of his room and the spoon was broken, I knew I was safe. If she came out of his room and the spoon was still in one piece, I knew she wasn't done yet. I knew I was going to get a beating.
Okay.
But do you have any brothers or sisters?
I'm the only one.
You Oh, okay. So I'm sorry. This story. Anyone out here that hears this that has an older sibling, especially an older sister, is probably laughing their ass off right now because they understand the
Yeah,
unsaid part of that story.
I guess.
You know.
Hmm.
Um. Do Oh, I'll get to that. I'm sorry. I was reading the comments here. My sister wanted to know if you have an immigrant problem. The way things are nowadays with the world.
Me or
And,
the country?
the country. Does the country have an immigration problem? I mean, are you being overrun?
No, I would say no. We can accept a lot more, but the system isn't good enough anyway. Anyway, how we turn it, the integration is not good. So and
As
yeah,
I kind of have to ask you to clarify that. Which way you speaking? It's not good, as in they're not letting enough in, they're letting
I don't.
too many in, or they're just not integrating well with the native population.
I think the integration is a problem. We can I probably accept a lot more. If there was a lot more, I don't think there actually are that much. We got a lot more because of Ukraine, of course,
Right. Yep.
and that's quite a humble people actually, and they're learning Norwegian quite fast, to my experience. But at the same time, I heard about Ukraine's not feeling that they get the integration good enough.
Right.
Um,
They're not fitting in as well. They're more than welcome, but they're not fitting in.
yeah, yeah, but the system that
Right. Oh, okay.
it's a problem with the system. That they are accepted, and maybe they get help with a home or something, but language barriers and things like that.
I gotcha.
And that's with Ukrainians. But when you're talking about more, not to be confused with racism, more Muslim people, they're not trying to get integrated, so that's another problem.
Right. And that
And
is
they often seek cities, like my own city actually. I was without my license a few years back, and I have to walk a lot. And I walked through the city in, I guess, about the same time as now, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. And walking through the city, I did not understand one word.
ooh.
Yeah,
I understand that. As you were saying before too, America United States has been called the melting pot, because you had all these European countries and everything that actually the people came over. We got together and we made our own country,
yeah,
and we accepted everyone. And part of it is freedom of religion. Uh, a lot of people that came to the United States were being persecuted because of their religious beliefs. But the one thing, even though we might argue among ourselves, like brothers and sisters do, um, outside influence leave us alone. You know, you, you, I might bring it down to family. Me and my sister might get into an argument. Me and my brother might get into an argument. But if somebody down the street comes in and puts hands on them or gets into an argument with them, I got their back. America is very much like that. We might argue amongst ourselves, but when you have an outside influence, we will pull together. At least that's the way it used to be.
mm,
Unfortunately, nowadays, like you're talking about, when people came to the United States, they wanted to integrate, they wanted to be
mm,
part of that family.
Mm.
you know, called the United States. Unfortunately, nowadays we're getting a lot of people coming in that don't want to be part of the culture that we have mixed and built, and they don't want to stand with us
Mm.
against somebody else. And like I said, it's fine to argue amongst ourselves, so long as I know um, you got my back when somebody outside comes in and tries to mess with us, and I'll have your back. It's not that way anymore. As a matter
I
of
see.
fact, the people that are coming in now, not all, but a significant amount, don't want to be part of what uh, we've tried to do for the last 200 years.
Mm.
They don't want to be part of that family. They don't have our backs when an outside influence comes in. Matter of fact, they are part of that outside influence, and that is something that's very much glossed over. That is an idea or an ideal that nobody talks about, but if you live here, you see it.
Yeah. But I think in this woke time, or what you can call it,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
often referred to as racism if you criticize anything, almost.
yeah. And you know what? Honestly, yeah, especially growing up in the 70s and 80s, uh, my generation, we never really thought anything about racism. Um,
Uh,
Instead of racism, my generation, we called it assholeism. Literally, it didn't matter what your
because
religion.
behavior, not the
Yeah,
color. Yeah.
yeah, it didn't matter what your religion was, what your race was, what the color of your skin was, what your history was, what your, whether you were Irish, Jewish, whatever. You were either a good person or you were an asshole. And
Mhm.
if you were an asshole, it didn't matter what you looked like. If you were a good person, you were a
Mm.
good person. It didn't matter what you looked like, what you believed. Matter of fact, you could have two good people on the polar opposites of an opinion, okay, and they might argue and everything, but there was the respect that you knew you're a good person. Just because you don't believe the same way I do, you're still a good person.
Mm.
Nowadays, if you don't toe the line, if you don't believe in everything by rote, well, then you have a problem because you don't believe me. That was one of the greatest things growing up. I thought was so great about the United States. You could have people with different beliefs, different opinions, different everything. We
Yep.
could still get along, pull together, get shit done, and we would have each other's back, even though 15 minutes ago we were trading punches. All right, but somebody else comes in and tries to fuck with us, and we would be standing side by side throwing punches at them.
Yeah.
Then, when we took care of them, we could go back to throwing punches at each other. But that's the way it was,
Mm.
And I don't know. I don't know if I'm making sense, but
Yeah, I
that
think I know.
is that is what's missing in my
Yeah.
country today.
Yeah.
And the other thing is too, I have no problem if you're very proud of your country and your heritage and who you are. That is awesome. I have no problem with that. If you say Norway is the best, and that's it, that's no problem because
We're
I can
we're
I
good
can
at
say the well, I
Mhm.
can say the same thing about America because that's the way I feel. And how does that detract from your country or you? Or if you're saying it, how does that detract from me and my country? That's just a difference of opinion through experience.
Yeah.
But it doesn't, because you say you're the best, that doesn't mean my country isn't.
Yeah.
Or if I say I'm the best, that doesn't mean your country isn't. We're both talking from our respective perspectives, and that's the way we feel.
Absolutely.
So I
Yeah.
have no problem with somebody being very proud of their heritage, their country, or anything, and it doesn't take anything away from me. you know?
No, no, no.
And that's something that the world doesn't understand anymore.
Absolutely. You have to agree with us, or yeah. Back to the thing you said, where how's Norway? One of the things that we can be proud of are the wealth system. Whereas we go to the hospital with broken leg or anything,
Yep,
we get help without the insurance part.
I got you.
That's financed by the taxes and stuff. So we got public hospitals mostly, some
Hmm.
private, but mostly public, and that system is very good to have. So you get help anyway. If you're injured, you get help. No questions about insurance or claims or nothing like that.
I got you. Well, you know what? That this another thing that I've noticed that is a little bit of a misnomer. In America, United States, again, I'm sorry, I have to keep correcting myself because I do have friends, well, not even friends. I've run into some people that are from Canada and that are from South America and that are even from Mexico that say, "What do you mean American?
Okay.
I'm from North America. That makes me an American. I'm from South America. That makes me an American. Hey, I'm from Mexico. We're still part of America, so that makes me an American." Usually this is from the younger people, mostly Zoomers.
Yeah.
But take it for granted when I say American, I'm talking about an American
I guess
citizen from the United States of America.
USA. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So anyway, now that I got that clear, um, our healthcare system. Okay, yeah, it's a mess. It's also very good, but there's not a single person here that is um, not turned away. If you need help, some sort of medical help, okay,
Yeah.
whether you have money, whether you have insurance or not, you are taken care of. You're not turned away. It's not that you
Uh-huh.
can't get it. Now, if you don't have insurance or you don't have the money, you're not going to get a sex change. Okay, that's not going to happen. Um, you might not get the specialist to take care of. There's different grades of healthcare. If you don't have the insurance and you don't have the money, you might not get the very tippity top of the medical industry to take care of you. But everyone in the United States, in America, you're guaranteed if you walk in, you're injured, you're sick, you're whatever, they will take care of you first. And if you don't, whether you have the money or not,
Mm.
okay. With that being said, they will try to get the money from you somehow afterwards, but
Mm.
your health is taken care of first. There's
Yeah.
and I just say that because there's this misnomer, misinformation that if you don't have insurance, you don't have the money, you're
I got a
not
call.
going to get. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Hallo. Akkurat nå er jeg på live i Amerika.
Give me a second.
Live, live i Amerika. Det er
I have to go
ja,
get a pack of
snakker
smokes.
med en amerikaner i Virginia. Nå skulle han ut og ta seg en røyk eller et eller annet sånt. Ja, akkurat nå, jeg snakka både med deg og snakket med flere andre i går, så jeg husker ikke helt hva du snakka om hovedattraksjon. Ja. Ja, men det var spennende nok, det, for så vidt. For du tenkte ute fortsatt, da? Nei. Ja. Ja, nei, men det høres ålreit ut. Ja. Ja. Times Nei. Så jeg har egentlig ikke kommet i gang med en dritt, og så jeg sitter nå nesten 2,5 timer, tror jeg, med live-greiene. Nei, så du tenker på en times tid eller noe, eller?
Be right back. I need a glass.
Jeg er ikke sammen med noen, jeg kan avslutte når som helst, ja. Sånn, sorry. Kvart år. Mm. Ja. Ja, men det er jeg med på. Ja, på en måte så har jeg ikke startet med noe, så jeg har ikke noe å avslutte, så ja. Da kommer dere innom, eller?
Okay,
Yeah.
Carol. I'm sorry, I'm back.
Ja, jeg er
gonna
med.
read what you were
That's
saying
right.
here. They'll get it from. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I think Norway is about the same.
Så
It's,
går det en time. Ja.
as New Zealand. They
Yes.
it's included in their taxes. Healthcare. Hey, you're back, Eric. I'm sorry, buddy.
You're back. I always been here.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm sorry.
Nothing to be sorry about.
That was your uncle?
Nope.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know which year you are from or born. I got a lot of older friends. I'm born in 83 and he's born in 61.
All right,
But still a friend.
let me put it to you this way. I graduated high school in 84.
Yeah. But
I was
again,
I was born in 1966.
66, okay. So he's that guy I just talked about was even 5 years older than you then.
Yep. He would be considered a what we call here a boomer, baby boomer. Same with my sister Carol, and I'm considered a Generation X.
Okay, I try to understand those generations things, but I read it, I understand them, and I move on, and I don't remember in the next time. So the boomer I get.
Yep.
That's what we call post-war childs here, I think.
Yep. World War II children. Yep. After the World War II. Yep. Post-war.
So, as I said, I got not a lot, but I got a few older friends like him. But that's because I'm mostly interested in older things, not that trendy kind of guy. So
I gotcha.
We got a lot of the same interests amongst old cars. And now we're going to listen to old music. So yeah.
Oh, excuse me. What type of music do you like?
As we say here, I eat most of it. I eat most of it. We say here. But I used to say, make a kind of picture that Pink Floyd was on the top shelf.
Okay.
And then Phil Collins and had the second on the half shelf. And this other second was Eric Clapton, Elton John, Mark Knopfler, Dire Straits, Sting.
Okay, so basically rock and roll or rock music. I gotcha. Yeah, see all those you mentioned, those are groups and artists that were big when I was growing up as well.
Yep.
In the 70s, 80s, and stuff. So I'm very familiar with that. And I love rock. I love those bands that and the artists you just mentioned. But again, growing up with older folks, and especially from the country, a little bit, you could say. I always loved the country music, what we call Southern rock, like Leonard Skinner, Creedence Clearwater Revival.
Absolutely.
But I also grew up, Johnny Cash, Waylon Jennings, Hank Williams Jr. and Sr. But again, one of my favorites, though, to be honest with you, is bluegrass. That's the real old twangy type of country music, which
Yeah.
a lot of that came from England, Scotland, Great Britain, and it
Mm,
was just kind of twisted a little bit back out here in the mountains in
mm,
uh, in the United States.
mm.
Oh, my sister put in Elton John, Tom Petty, and the
Yeah.
Traveling Wilburys. Are you familiar with them?
Uh, Elton John, of course, yes. He's
Okay.
one of the biggest. I didn't get to see him the last time he was here, but I watched him in 2015. And then he was here in my city actually. Big festival, quite a big moment.
Oh yeah.
And I have that's probably 13, 14, 15 years ago. I saw also Sting here in the same festival in town.
Okay.
So I'm quite
Okay.
proud of being less than 30 feet away from Sting.
Oh, no kidding. Awesome.
Yeah. Tom Petty, I don't know very much about. I can't remember what the last artist you said was.
Oh, that was the it's a group, the Traveling Wilburys, and
Yeah,
off the top
yeah,
of my head, I can't remember exactly who's in it, and I don't want to say the wrong one. I'm sure my sister
yeah.
will look this
I
up.
heard it, but I heard more about kind of oh, I can't remember even the Norwegian word for oh, the traveling strawberries.
Oh, okay.
Is another Norwegian group that just make comedy.
Okay. I
Yeah,
get you. Now
I know
you
more about them. They were famous about the 90s.
now you had mentioned Phil Collins, correct?
Yeah, that's one of my biggest. Yeah.
All right. Funny story. In 1994 or
Mm,
1984, Jesus, I was a decade off.
yeah.
1984.
Yeah.
I was working at a Harley Davidson shop. I was still in
Cool.
high school,
Cool.
but I was working at a Harley shop,
Yeah.
and the machinist. We had our own machinist. It was a custom Harley shop, and the machinist was actually friends with all sorts of people, all sorts of these famous people, and he actually had a yacht. The machinist had a yacht, a small one,
Yeah.
uh, that he kept docked in Boston Harbor. And
Yeah.
I got invited to go to a party there one night with him. And I show up, and I'm looking for the boat. I should have been able to tell, but I'm walking down the dock, and out he comes with this little short, partially bald guy that was, I swear, it was like watching a ping pong ball. He was bouncing all over the place and it just wide open. That was Phil
Okay.
Collins.
Okay.
I got to party with Phil Collins on
Cool.
a yacht in 1984.
Nice.
And I want, honest to God, I was 17 at the time. Okay.
Mm, mm.
Actually, I hadn't even turned 17. I don't think I might have just turned 17, but I was still in school, so I hadn't moved out yet. I moved out that year, but he had more energy than I did
Mm.
at 17. I mean, this guy was just, like I said, it was like watching a ping pong ball that you dropped
I
on the
I
floor,
get it.
just
Yeah.
all over the place, and such a very welcoming, down to earth,
Yeah.
really nice guy. Like,
Yeah.
wide open, wouldn't shut up for a minute. So we got along great. Uh, but uh, but man, I can't even remember half the people he introduced me to, and they were all fairly big names and well known people and everything. And we just hit it off. Such a nice guy.
Mm.
Unfortunately, that was my one and only experience with Phil Collins. Never heard
Yeah.
from him again, and he probably
No.
doesn't even know who the hell I am. But
No.
but I, it, if he ever sees this live stream by accident or something, thank you, Phil. You made a 17-year-old kid's uh, friggin' night. I had such a wonderful time, and it was
Sweet.
he just made me feel so welcoming.
Yeah.
So welcome and everything. Really awesome dude.
Yeah, I got a really nice impression of him and also Eric Clapton and most of the guys I mentioned actually. I think the kind of their popularity also has to do with their down to earth
Yeah,
uh,
yeah.
attitude. I think that lasts longer than being a big shot or what it's called.
Yeah, being famous and being famous because you're famous, a lot of people, a lot of these get an attitude like they're better than
Yeah,
everyone.
I can't not remember Oasis in the 90s. They thought about God.
Yep, yep,
And soon after that, the group broke up somehow.
yep. But another person that I met that really surprised me is where I was living at the time when my folks moved into an apartment. Two doors down, there was a guy that lived there, and he was into the record industry a little bit, locally for the area, nothing major, but he got to meet and take care of a lot of the visiting stars and shows and everything. And I came down for breakfast one time, and there was this lady, big hair, pretty lady, red hair, sitting at the table and talking to my father and my mother. And the way my father was, he was a big flirt to begin with. But he's a man in his late 70s at the time, and he's just got this awestruck look on his face and in his eyes and everything, and talking to him. And they come down. He looked at me. He said, "Hey, kid." He said, "I want you to meet somebody. I want you to meet somebody." And she's sitting there having coffee with him and talking to him just like a normal person. I'm like, okay, she looks familiar. Who is it? She goes, "Kid, this is Reba. Reba, this is my son, Mark. Friggin' Reba McIntyre having coffee in a
Hmm.
small ass apartment with my folks." And you talk about a sweetheart, somebody that was definitely salt of the earth and very southern too. And this is in Massachusetts at the time, so that kind of stood out. But oh, what a sweetheart she was! What just a gracious, down to earth, regular, normal person.
Yeah.
She's
Well,
just
in the end, I guess most people are just people.
yeah,
As I mentioned, someone kind of gets off with the popularity, but most of them are just people. Um, and I also need to. We're going, as I said, to listen to old music now. In I don't know, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. So we're going to towards an end here now. But speaking of music and humble people, there's actually an American with a kind of great success here in Norway.
oh no kidding.
Uh, if you got your phone and Spotify, you might search him up. Adam Douglas.
Adam Douglas, okay.
Yeah. And I met him actually because, yeah, Norway isn't that big, and his fans back then wasn't that big. So it was a small bar in Oslo, the capital. It was full to the tops. Just a small place, almost like my kitchen, almost.
I got
And there was a great concert, and yeah, when it was over, you just had to get out. It was too crowded, and we were 1.5 hour away, I think, or to get home. So we might as well just got on our way home. and they
Well,
walked towards the parking garage, and where's our cars at? And stand there looking, and here comes Adam Douglas with his guitar, and and I said, "Very good, nice concert." And he was so humble. And do you mean that? Yeah, yeah, of course.
awesome, man. That is cool, and I will remember that name because it's just the opposite of one of my favorite book authors,
Yeah,
Douglas
yeah, I
Adams.
know.
Douglas,
I,
yeah.
I
So you're familiar with that, yeah,
noticed that when I Google him, and that the opposite is
yeah.
not that uncommon.
Yep, I gotcha. Yeah, so yeah, I'll be able to remember that. All right. Well, Eric, I will not keep you. I will let you get ready.
Yeah,
You enjoy yourself.
I'm not going. I can look out the window when he comes, so
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
going anywhere
Okay.
yet.
Okay, awesome. Now, again, I don't know. Can you see the comments at all?
No, I'm looking at the StreamYard thing, so I don't know.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, my sister put up, and I, two things now she put up that
Mm.
I'm going to read to you. She said, "Eric, love you. Remember end of the line. It's a good song." Okay.
End of the line.
End of the line. I don't know who does it. I'm drawing a blank here. All right. That's one thing. Her next one, and you got to remember, my sister is a bit older. She's 16 years older than me, and in
Okay,
the United
down to the
States,
50s.
well, yeah, but she grew up, yeah, and she grew up in the 1960s during that
Yeah,
whole hippie era and everything.
yeah.
And of course, just like the younger generation now, one of her things is she's wondering if marijuana is legal in Norway.
No, it's not. And that's quite an interesting discussion because when it comes to substances, or what do you call it, even alcohol, our laws is quite strict compared
Oh,
to most other countries, actually.
I gotcha.
So the clock is now 5:30 here. So if I need more beer, I need to run to the store because it's only 13 minutes left.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
If I want booze, I have to wait till Monday.
Okay, all right, I understand. Years ago, growing up, uh, the the alcohol laws are a little bit different state to state in the United
Yeah.
States. It's not one big. It's not the same everywhere.
No, no, no. But I think in general that the availability of alcohol is better at your place than ours. As
Oh
I
yeah,
said, it's only to just buy beer. It's just now 29 minutes left.
I gotcha.
And if you buy it and you don't pay until it's 5:59, you don't get it.
Yep. We used to have laws like that
Mm,
in different states, and we called them blue laws. All right.
okay.
And I can't give you the history on that right now off the top of my head, but it was the same thing. We had certain times where you could not buy alcohol. Usually, it was after 11 o'clock at night.
Okay.
Okay. All right, till about 8 o'clock in the morning or 9 o'clock in the morning. From 11,
Mm,
and it varied a little bit, but it was the same thing too. You could be standing in line at 10:55, but if you didn't get to the cash register
yeah.
before 11
Yeah.
o'clock, you had to
Yeah.
put it back. You had to
Yep.
put it back. And
Uh,
in my
I
state,
think actually here you can't get to put it back yourself again. The cashier have to put it back.
well, yeah, that's the way it was supposed to work, but it
Yeah.
was also common courtesy,
Yeah, of course.
especially in a small store,
Mm,
you know, to put it back for them. It,
mm,
it was common courtesy, and usually that was your regular beer stop anyway. So you wanted to keep a good rapport with the people there,
yeah, of course.
because the other thing too in the United States, You can have somebody that's going to ring you up, and all they have to do is look at you and go, "No, no, don't want to sell you the beer, don't want to sell you the alcohol."
Okay.
Yep, they can do that, and they can say, "Well, because I think you've already had enough," or because
Yeah. Okay.
of your action and everything. You could be stone cold sober, but it was their word against yours. And if they called the police, most likely the police would take their side
Yeah.
and you wouldn't get the beer anyway. I mean, you wouldn't get a fine, you wouldn't get in trouble, you wouldn't get a ticket, you just wouldn't get your beer.
Yeah.
So it was always a courtesy, like I said, at the end of the night. If you were a minute or two late and you couldn't get the beer, don't throw a fit and offer to put the beer back. And that way,
Mm,
when you came in the next day, there was no
mm,
problem.
mm.
They didn't look at you and go, "Nope, not going to
I get
sell
it.
it to
I get it.
you."
Well, at least with the digitalization or what it's called with everything, the actual computer system won't accept anything. So that helped a lot here
Yeah,
because
oh yeah.
someone could get quite moody when they didn't get the beer, but when the system just want to do it, it's easier for the cashier to just say, "I'm sorry, it's not possible."
Yep. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the way it is now too. At that any place that has still has that 11 o'clock shut off time,
Mm,
it's the same thing. It's just like I can't put it in to the
mm,
cash register. I can't take your money. It
yeah,
won't let me. It won't
mm,
let me ring it up.
mm.
So yeah, I understand that, and it has saved a lot of trouble.
Yeah, of course.
For the people behind the counter, because it's kind of like, well, can't you just sneak it in and say,
Mm,
no, I can't.
mm.
And now they can say, no, won't even let me ring it up. I'm sorry. You know,
But
if it
what is your
lets, if it, the thing is, it's like if it's 11:59 and 58 seconds and they ring it up and the computer takes it, well, then you have your beer.
mm,
Back in the day before that, if it was 11:59 and 58 seconds, well, then the cashier could say, no, it's too late. I'm not going to ring you up.
yep.
But now, if they put it in and it takes it,
Mm.
you get your beer. If they put it in and it doesn't take it, they can show you right there, and you can't argue.
Yeah.
You can't argue. You know.
I used to have a um, you asked about how's Norway. We used to have a lot of years back. We used to have a lot of small shops around, grocery shops and stuff. But
Right.
that's just eaten up by big chains and everything.
Yep.
Uh, so I used to have our shop just 500 meters. That's how much in feet? uh, 500 m to feet. Yeah,
That's about.
1600
Uh,
feet.
yeah, I was going to say about 1,600 feet. Yeah.
Yeah, and when that was open, I usually started to walk towards it or just use my bicycle actually. Say now at least 5:58, and I still got my bear because it was so close, and he just put it through anyway. But that computer system didn't allow it anymore. So, and the store is gone. Not
Oh,
big enough.
I got you.
Mm.
Dean Stevenson was just talking or commenting on when we were talking about the beer getting
Mm.
late. It's like getting antsy. No beersies for you because now it's too late to get them.
Yeah. But what's your regular percent on the box?
Oh, well, the regular beer I buy, what is it? what is it? It's usually I drink either Budweiser or Miller Lite. Let's see, what is this? I think it's 5. I think it's 5% by
Mm.
volume. Um, and that's your regular run of the mill. Um, most domestic beers and stuff like that, you can get 6% maybe.
Okay,
Um,
okay.
but also here we have what they call breweries, where they make small batches of beer, and it's perfectly legal.
Mhm.
Matter of fact, I make my own beer as well.
Yeah, ah,
And
yeah.
my beer, I by personal preference and taste, I like the dark, heavy beers. I like a porter, I like a stout, and I make a nice Irish stout. And to be honest with you, um, that's actually roughly a 40 proof, so 20% alcohol beer.
20?
Yeah, it's 20.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you don't sit there and drink a six pack and get up. Um, it's a very heavy beer, and it's not a summer beer. It's something that's nice in the
Yeah.
spring, fall, or winter. It's very heavy. It's very filling. But God, it tastes so good. It's if you can imagine a beer being creamy, um, smooth, and it has a lot of the back taste on it. It's oh, there's some chocolate and oh, and I'd say a little bit of brown sugar back flavor to it. It's such a nice beer. But then again, that's my taste, my preference.
I think it's on the strong side for my for my taste. We got an I don't know 8 or 9% in the store, which is called not in the store actually, um, but strong beer, which is called Elephant Beer,
Okay,
and I guess it's kind of how they use make it, but that
right.
is quite bitter here.
Oh yeah. See this? I don't care. That sounds like an IPA, kind of like an India Pale Ale.
Yeah,
I,
but the most pale ale or IPA I'm drinking is more tasty, but well, anyway, how the elephant berries just bitter and
yeah,
doesn't
I
have
don't.
it doesn't have more taste. It just have more alcohol and bitterness.
Right. I don't care for that either. I don't
Like
care for that. I don't care for the bitterness. I don't want a syrupy sweet beer either, but something. Uh, this one has. That's why it's so hard to explain the flavors, because it has so many flavors in it
Mm.
up front, and then after you swallow, you get the back taste. Um. Okay, I see.
Yeah, you see, that's kind of the scale we got.
I got you.
Um, the top one is sweetness, and then it's I don't know, fruitiness.
Yep.
Uh, and there's uh, I don't know. I don't know how to translate it actually. Uh, kind of volume.
Well, you got the body of it too, which means kind of like how
Yeah, yeah, maybe
heavy
the body. Yeah,
it is.
fullness. It says on
Yeah,
translation.
fullness. Yeah,
Yeah,
fullness is the body. Yes.
yeah. Mm.
Yep.
So the beers you buy in Norway is everyone has this scale thing. Those
Okay.
three, but
Yep.
this one is tax free, so it doesn't.
I got you.
Bought on a ferry between Norway and Denmark.
No, we don't have anything like that here in America, but we do have a government warning. from the Surgeon General, and it says,
Drink and drive.
no, it says women should not drink alcoholic beverages.
Yeah.
Yep, it says
When
it right on
pregnant, I
there.
hope.
Oh, it might say that. I only read the first part. That's all I need to
Yeah.
hear. Women should
But
not drink alcoholic beverages.
if it just stops with women should not drink alcohol, then a lot of things will happen here. But of course, when you add in pregnancy, then it's okay.
Yeah, that's how it does finish. Yeah, it,
Yeah.
it says women should not drink alcoholic beverages when pregnant or planning on being pregnant. Now,
Yeah.
with that being said, if they did not drink alcoholic beverages, they probably wouldn't get pregnant or plan on getting pregnant. I mean,
Good point. Good
add
point.
alcohol and shit happens.
Controversial, but okay.
Yeah.
What kind of
I mean,
channels do you watch on YouTube?
oh, everything that I can really. A lot of it, just about everyone you saw or that came into this live stream, uh,
Yeah.
most of them are my automotive friends, what I
Yeah.
call gearhead, and
Yeah.
so yeah, a lot of automotive channels. But I'm also, believe it or not, a bit of a nerd or a geek
Yeah.
as far as space and the space industry goes, and
Okay.
not just manned space flight, but the universe itself and the different things we find out about the planets and everything. I love that.
Yeah.
History
So,
as well, but
so
not
not
so.
not NASA, but the
Oh,
technical
yeah,
thing about it.
yeah. I love NASA as well, but yeah, uh, Neil deGrasse Tyson, anything that has to do with the planets, our solar system, how it interacts, how it
Mm.
moves, things that we found out, um, the difference about, neutron stars and I can't retain it because a lot of
Uh,
it I don't understand, but
yeah.
I have found that so interesting throughout my whole life that I follow that.
So
As
there's a
well,
short question. Do you think they're able to get on Mars?
yes, yeah, I that is within reach.
You think,
Yes, yes,
despite the
I
temperatures and not, it's not
yes.
very easy to grow potatoes there as in
Yeah,
my
no, no,
compost.
yeah, not like not like the movie, not like the movie. That Mars movie with oh my God,
Mark, no.
The Martian, The Martian. Did you ever see that movie with yeah, not Mark Wahlberg. I grew up with that son
No.
of a bitch,
Yeah.
but his buddy there. Yeah. So we're talking. Yeah, no, you can't. I don't see that, but what I do see, yes, Mars is within reach. We have the technology to do it now. To
Yeah.
be honest with you.
I
But
I agree on that. The technology is there, but the scale isn't there, I think.
right, right. The will to do it is not there. The interest to do it is not
No.
there yet. So
But with
there is.
endless funds, you think it's possible?
Oh yes, it is definitely possible.
Yeah,
It's
but
just
do you think
uh,
16,000 or 160 or 1.6 million?
I'm sorry, I missed part of that.
Yeah, I just again back to the scales. Do you think it's 16,000 people, 160,000 people, or 1.6 million thousand people, or how much? I don't.
How
I listened to a podcast quite a few months ago where they said that if something happens with the world as you know it, we can escape. But being 7 or 8 billion
Oh
in
yeah, I
total,
mean, in order to keep the human species alive, if something would happen to Earth and we had to move to Mars, right now we're screwed.
Mm.
Right now we're screwed. Yeah. But let's say we have a colony that is being developed. on Mars to keep the human species alive, my uneducated guess would be a minimum, seriously, the bare minimum
Mm.
going to Mars, I would say 16,000, because I will be honest with you, and this might be a pessimistic view. I think we'd lose 90% of those people before we could
Yeah.
get a viable next generation going in order to
Mm.
repopulate
Mm.
human species. And what I base that on is through now the human species, Homo sapiens, have been on this earth roughly, it still gets pushed back, but roughly only 100,000 years.
Mm.
Okay. And we're not talking the Cro-Magnon, we're not talking Neanderthals. Okay. We're talking Homo sapiens, modern
Mm.
humans. They have figured we've been around for about 100,000 years. And somewhere around half that, somewhere around 50, 60,000 years ago, we reached a bottleneck where they figured there was only 15,000 Homo sapiens populating the earth at that time.
Yeah.
All right, due to the fact that they're finding out we were still around and we were competing with both the Neanderthals and the Cro-Magnons.
Mhm.
So there, at that time, there were three species of humans on this
Okay.
earth.
Ah.
Okay, instead of just the one, and we almost lost out. We almost got wiped out, and they figured, from what they can tell by, and this is through DNA and our genetic history,
Mm.
that there was roughly about only 15 worldwide now. Worldwide, there was only roughly
Yeah.
about 15,000
I get that.
Homo
Yeah.
sapiens. Okay, so that's why I say at bare
Mm.
minimum, to keep our species going to Mars, you would need
And
at least 16,000.
enough variation
Yeah,
in DNA and stuff.
right. Yeah. Because I mean, even with 15,000, I'm sure, yeah, there were some first cousins that were getting together to have
Mm.
kids. You know what I mean?
Mm.
But which is a lot better than what the Bible says. Adam and Eve, you only had two, and then they had kids. So who were they going to mate with to make us? I mean,
To me, that is just a tale.
yeah, it might, but with every tale, sir, I keep an open mind.
Yeah,
There
yeah,
might
of course.
there might have been some truth to it.
Yeah,
Okay, and that might have gone back to an oral history of when there was only
but that's
15,000.
snake or this. That isn't there, is it?
That, you have to take everything with a grain of salt, but you also have to dig for that kernel of truth.
Hell,
You know what I'm saying? That you don't look.
I don't know how spiritual you are, but I'm agnostic or what it's called.
Agnostic is good. I'm
Yeah.
I'm Baptist, okay, and I'll put it
Okay.
to you this way. Well, believe it or not, too, I'm actually an ordained minister.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm actually an ordained minister,
Okay. Okay.
but not non-denominational. Okay, but with that being said, I keep an open mind.
Yeah. Sounds like
Okay,
it. Yeah.
keep a very open mind. Do I believe in God? For me, that's a hard question to answer.
Yeah.
The short answer is yes, I do. Do I believe in the Christian God? The way, no, I don't, because even Christianity, says, hey, you can't define God. Well, you're being a little bit hypocritical here, because you have defined God within these parameters.
Uh,
What I believe in is a higher power. Whether
mhm.
you want to call it a universal consciousness, whether you want to call it God, Yahweh, Jehovah, whatever. Yes, I believe that there is an intelligent entity bigger than the sum of
Mhm.
me.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, that could fall into a universal consciousness. I will tell you this because of personal experience. I managed to get my ass blown up and killed when I was in the service. Obviously, I got over being dead. All right. I didn't particularly care for it at the time, so I got over it. But during the time I wasn't here, there are things I cannot explain that I actually experienced. Okay. So I know there is something after this mortal shell and everything ends,
Mm.
there is something waiting. There is another step to take. I don't know if it's a
Yeah.
step forward, a
No,
step
no,
backwards, or a
I, th-
step
I think
sideways.
I think we can agree on that one.
Yeah.
There was a TV show here. Uh, I want to mention a commercial TV channel, but most of your channels is mostly commercial, I guess. Anyway, I think by just how many years that very same show lasted, I think it was almost 15 years,
Okay.
at least 10 years. There was this guy which was called Tom, which isn't that rare for you as well. Uh, he visited homes where, yeah, in usual terms, which were haunted.
I got you.
Some
Yep.
kind, some kind of things going on which wasn't
Right.
explainable in normal terms. And then he brought in first he just visited and then got the explanation was what's going on, and then later the family moved away, and a medium came in and was searching or doing their work. And I think I can't say that I was ever a believer of God anyway, but I think that's changed my perception of it. Something, as you say, we cannot see, but it's
Right.
definitely there.
Exactly. And
Uh,
like I said, I,
but
I, I keep an open mind.
I with that program, I lost the higher bit. I believe there's something there, but is it higher? I don't think so. But I definitely believe there's something there, and there's some powers and some energies going on.
Right.
Because just by the simple facts, it's not possible to make every Norwegian regular people into actors that are so well acting. So there's stories about what was going on and what the medium was talking or could tell or pick out about the energies, stuff, things, and even the history. I couldn't see through that. It was kind of too documented.
Right. Okay.
Because the families explained that they has maybe sometimes even seen a shadow or could tell how the energy looked like. Call it the people or the revisiting guy or yeah, mostly guys. And then I went back to history through then our national library
Right. Yep.
and documented what's been going on that very same property. And I could actually find out both the name and the time in history matched what that medium said. So it was not just that created by TV, just you say that and we match
Right.
with that medium. It matched with also history.
Well, you know, the funny thing is, too, even scientists, um, a lot of them,
Yeah, you said scientists. Scientists cannot explain this thing.
right, they can't. And the thing is, too, a lot of them are atheists. They don't believe in God or anything weird or anything like that, but they cannot explain this. Yet they set out a parameter, and they all agree on this, that energy, pure energy, does not disappear. One Any energy that's in this universe is in here forever. It does
Yeah,
not go
yeah,
away.
yeah. I know the
So
term in Norwegian, but as you said, the energy doesn't disappear. It's just
it changes
transforming.
state. Yeah, it just changes state.
Yeah.
So, the human body won't even talk about a soul or the subconscious or anything, but the human body itself, all your neurons and everything, we have electrical charges in us.
Mm,
Okay, that fires everything. That's energy.
mm,
That's energy, right? So when I die, when you die, when everyone dies, even if it's just the same as a 9-volt battery, where does that little 9 volts go?
mm.
It doesn't disappear. It doesn't stop existing.
No.
It's still here forever. So even though the scientists and everyone says, well, yeah, I don't believe in the paranormal, I don't believe in this, that, or the other thing, but I believe that energy never disappears. Well, the human body, your person, my person, everyone's person has energy in it. Where does that go then? All right, well, it just dissipates into the universe. All right, well, suppose for whatever reason it doesn't dissipate, it coagulates
Yeah.
and it stays in that one spot for a while. That's what we call ghosts. That's what we call demons. That's what we call the paranormal. Looking at it scientifically, it's still that bunches of energy that's left over from your living being that may retain, if not an actual consciousness, kind of like a recording. It
But
still
but
goes
but again,
through.
that energy is not measurable, or.
It is. It's actual natural energy. You know what I'm saying? It's not ethereal. We only say things are ethereal because we don't understand them.
Mm,
You know what I'm saying? To me, this is my point of view. Okay, and
yeah.
we put mysteries on things because they are mysteries. For simple fact, we don't understand them yet.
Mhm.
Um, Again, uh, same example. If my body is running off even electrical energy, which is scientifically proven, we are.
Mm,
Maybe that's part of my spirit. That's part of my living spirit. So when everything physical meat is gone, the energy is still around.
mm,
And what if it doesn't disperse? What if it just decides it's going to stay together in this one spot for whatever reason? We don't know why. You're still going to have a recording of me. You're still going to be able to sense my essence, my presence right here. Whether I'm actually conscious of it or not, that's a different story.
mm.
But the essence of my being, because of the energy that all living things have, is still going to be here. Scientists, uh, everyone that doesn't, that's in the scientific community, believes that energy is here forever. Well, you and I are made out of energy. We do have
Yeah.
energy within us. And if that doesn't disappear, if it doesn't go away, that means part of us is always still here.
I agree, and have some thoughts at the same time. Uh, when scientists, at least to my recognition or recalling, talk about physical energies, that moving energy does not disappear. It translates to maybe electric energy or something like that.
Right.
That's why I mentioned that the energy we're talking about is not quite measurable. Um, of course, you can see when, if you lose a limb, you can get prostates and not yeah. You get artificial things that make fingers
Prosthetic.
move and stuff because of energy. Of course,
Right.
electrical
Yep.
something. So in that kind of way, it's measurable. But
Right.
as a spirit, I haven't heard and I haven't checked if it's measurable. Um, when my point of view or my perception of it, when scientists are going to check if this is real or not, they're still in their scientist thinking set.
Right.
Yeah. So
They
there's
they they still have their skepticism. They don't want to. They
no,
want to.
no, yeah, not just skepticism, but even if they are open, they have their set of thinking.
Right. Exactly, and
So
that's why
there's
science.
one guy which is actually the same age as me, which has had a great called success on TV. Our national TV, actually,
Right.
we
Yep.
got this tax-funded television station, which then are not they're not paid by reviews or view numbers and stuff. So
I
he's
gotcha.
quite free to speak what he wants and
Right.
test what he wants. And
They're not influenced.
no,
Right.
so he tested a lot of things, and I'm a big fan of him. But when it come to that spiritual energy, what's going on after death, his mind wasn't there because he was visiting one guy which was dying, about to die. I can't remember if it was cancer or something else. And they made an agreement. If I do this or that in that particular place or something, that
Right.
he would reply. But then he didn't understand that his energy, he was very well aware of that he's going to die.
Yep.
No, no doubt at all. He was going to die. So when he died, he had a rest,
Right.
and he moved on to the other side, which is one of the things from that TV program, from the commercial TV show I talked about,
I
the
gotcha.
other side. So he went over to the other side. There was no need for him to be around here and yeah, make make people scared.
Oh, I
Cause that.
understand. You know
So
what?
of course, when that TV scientist guy went to test this, he didn't get any replies,
Exactly. You know.
and therefore, and then they call it failed or not proven.
Yeah. Non inconclusive. 'Cause to be honest with you, if you ever listen to the ghost stories and the experiences and everything, very rarely do you ever hear about somebody that has passed on, a spirit, quote unquote, just to use common terminology. Very rarely do you ever hear about a spirit that knows that they passed on, that was accepted it and everything. Usually you hear that they, hello, one eyed cat, and my sister Carol, voodoo lady, we're in a spirit that may be released into another dimension. That's something else I'm going to touch on. But most of the hauntings and spirits and everything that you hear about, something traumatic happened to them. They weren't ready to die,
Yep.
and even if they knew they were dying,
Mhm.
there was some unfinished business,
Yep.
something that they wanted to do.
Mm.
Um, and I hate to say it, to do an actual scientific experiment that way, what you need to do is have a scientist that has somebody here and goes, "Hey, I'm going to shoot you in the head, and then we're going to have this experiment." Okay, that's a very traumatic friggin' experience right there.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Okay, and
Controversial.
yeah, and I'll be damn sure if I was the subject of that experiment, you bet your ass I'm going to hang around because
Mm.
I'm going to get my revenge. I'm going to be pissed
Yep.
off at that scientist, and oh
Yep.
yeah, I'm going to
Mm.
answer his questions. I'm going to give him a piece of my mind.
Yes.
Okay, the part that he didn't blow out, you know, but yeah, trying to do that experiment with somebody that has accepted their fate and is at peace with it.
Yep.
Yeah, there's very few ghost stories, haunting spirit stories that you hear about a peaceful one that says, "Yeah, I died, man, and I'm just," they don't sound like Cheech or Chong. Yeah, dude,
No.
I'm just hanging around because it's friggin' cool. No,
Yeah.
they had a purpose, and
Uh, uh, uh,
so you know what I'm trying to say.
yeah, and I think a summary of that TV show, I would say about 70% was old landlords or landholders
Yeah.
that were coming back. And the very thing that amazed me, well, that was cost considered, that most of the shows were around this area, were around Oslo, of course, because of the traveling costs and stuff. But there was some few shows up north, which might be, what would you call, 1,000 kilometers actually. So that's yeah, something in in miles. I don't reckon right now. They say also if you pinpoint the lowest point on Norway and then flip it upside down, the northern point on Norway would reach down below Paris. So it's quite,
Oh, okay.
yeah, yeah. But anyway, that's what's digression. They were visiting a home up north, and I'm telling the story and everything, and there were problems there, no doubt about it. And then the medium came, I think, and yeah, sat down on the ghost or energy or whatever you call it, came in, and the way he came was through the wall, right in the
Oh,
kitchen, through the counter in the kitchen, and right in there. And that kind of medium, he was talking to the TV host, and they said, "Here he's coming," and he pointed. But the TV host said, "That's the kitchen. How's that possible?" And then they looked back in all the history papers and stuff about the old house. That was the entrance.
okay. Yep. 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 So
So
that's
that old guy came in the original entrance to the house, not
yep.
at the new one.
Right.
And
Right.
that medium did not know why he came there. That they had to check out with history and papers and stuff.
Yeah. That is cool. And like okay. Let me uh let me go back up here because I finally found out how to put
Oh, I see.
and, and
Comments
of
coming.
course yeah and of course it's not working now.
Dean Stevenson
Wonderful.
is the Australian guy.
Yes, I do believe so. Are you, sir? Oh my God. My sister. This is what I was referring to
Good
earlier.
lady. Yeah.
Yeah. Um. What if we are a spirit in a body, then released into another dimension?
Yeah.
Again, that's another scientific thing that has been pretty close to being proved that there are other dimensions, and especially if you get into quantum physics and quantum mechanics and the quantum deal, very very tiny things. And as far as we are concerned, it's been generally accepted that we are in a three-dimensional world, but there are actually four dimensions because time itself
Mhm.
is a dimension. And that's very simple, very simply proved here, um, just by getting directions to a location. Let's say you and I want to meet up, and we'll say, I'm going to meet you in Oslo.
Mhm.
Um,
Well,
and on Main Street in Oslo. Okay,
yep.
cool. Well, I have a place. Okay, and I might even have an address, which gives me a physical place,
Yep.
but does us no good. All right. There are 3 dimensions right there. I know we're going to be above ground instead of, or maybe we might be in the subway, or we might be, on top of the building. Anyway, we're going to be on the ground.
Mm,
There's one dimension.
mm,
We're going to be at the corner of Main Street and First Street. Just throwing these out here. All right. So that
mm.
locates it right there. There's 3 dimensions. We have up, down, right, and left. Okay.
Coordinations, yeah.
We need a 4th dimension, because if you go there tomorrow and I go there next month, we're not going to meet.
No.
So we need time.
Yeah.
We need a time. That's the 4th dimension to get everything together.
Yeah.
I'm probably not explaining it too well, but you get the general idea. Yes.
I'm listening.
Okay. Now, on top of those 4 dimensions, there's anywhere from 7 to 21 dimensions, depending on which theory that you follow in quantum physics,
Okay.
whether it be string theory, bubble theory, all sorts of stuff.
That thing's just seen on the Big Bang Theory TV show.
Okay.
I never ever read about it or anything.
Oh, okay. Again, sometimes I'm a little bit of a nerd, and
Yeah, but go away. Yeah,
but
go
but
ahead.
yeah,
I mean,
and this is way above me. I cannot wrap my head around it myself, so I'm doing the best I can, but my thought is too. So, like my sister had said, our physical body here in our 3-dimensional, 4th-dimensional world, if you want to consider time,
Mm.
what if when we pass on and the other side just happens to be the 5th, 6th, 7th, or 21st dimension that we transfer into?
Yeah.
That's why you don't hear from anyone again, because they've moved on to just a different dimension.
Yep.
Okay. And no telling what we would be and how much of our selves, our consciousness, we keep either. Those stories you're telling about the ghosts, the ones that come in through the old entrance and everything,
Yeah.
they might be like right in the next dimension from us. And I just say above because just the way the numerical system goes, it might be below, might be beside us.
Yeah, I think beside.
Yeah, no telling which way, but
Mm.
just for ease of conversation, we'll just say the next, dimension above.
Mm.
And they're halfway between, at where time is a little bit different than the time we experience here. It's not quite so linear, because mathematics already shows that time is not linear. Okay, even plain old Newtonian physics shows that, because the light we see simply from the sun,
Mm.
we think as the here and now. That light left the sun 8 minutes ago. The surface
Yeah.
of the sun. That
Yep.
light actually left the middle of the sun almost 10,000 years ago, just to get to
Okay.
the
Yeah.
edge of
Yeah.
the surface of the sun.
Yeah.
The light we see coming from Proxima Centauri, which is the closest star to us, it's a little bit depending on its orbit and when we see it. It's right around 3.8 light years away from us. That means the light we're seeing from it is 3.8, almost 4 years old.
Mm.
That star could have burnt out 3.5 years ago, and
Mm.
we won't know it until November that it
Yep.
burnt out.
Mm.
So again, I'm getting off track, but
No,
again,
it's fun.
again, and it's so easy as a scientist to disregard this, or
Yeah.
as a religious
Because that's
individual.
my perception of it, that it's not measurable, then it's not
Right.
happening.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or You can
I
sort
just have to shoot in before my ride comes. We're going to concert or we're standing outside, but it's a concert anyway. Um, one other example from that TV show was that one lady had a very specific problem. The washing machine did not ever, it did not finish. The time just, what was it, display? Just a number display. Changed
Yep.
it every time she was downstairs checking that washing machine. It changed, and it rarely did finish the job per se.
I gotcha.
And the medium came, and the medium didn't find anything of that thing we were talking about
Right.
those
Right.
spirits or moved
It,
on spirits or what you call
we'll,
it.
we'll just call it spirit so that we have a word for the description.
Yeah,
Not that it's the
the
real thing.
actual thing about that washing machine was that spirit living there.
Oh, okay.
The person that experienced the problem was the spirit enough or the energy enough to offset that washing machine.
Right. Yeah. Hey, I have no problem with that. I have no problem with believing
And
that.
I actually heard that in several not many but at least two more instances where our energy, not physical, not measurable or anything, but our
Right.
energy can offset electronic devices.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's very common. That's why they use so many um electrical measuring devices uh during ghost hunts, during ghost investigations, spirit investigations, even if you want to call it demon or whatever,
Mm.
the paranormal, because the electrical energy, the magnetic energy,
Yeah, I think it
it
was more
is,
magnetic. Yeah. Mm.
yeah, a lot of it is just it's basically energy, and what we
Mm.
have right now to measure it is devices that measure either electric or magnetic. I mean
Mm.
that is a measurable
Mm.
thing, and that's all we have available to us, really,
Yeah. Yeah.
scientifically. I mean,
Yeah.
there are dowsing rods, there are what they call spirit boxes. Matter of fact, my sister-in-law, her son, unfortunately, on the 4th of July, about a decade ago, um, was killed. Was shot in the head with a 12 gauge shotgun. And
Okay. Well,
one
I must
night,
write.
okay, I'm
My
sorry.
bad.
Well, anyway, they recorded his voice.
Yeah.
They were sitting outside by the fireplace one night, and they couldn't hear anything, but they recorded his voice, and he was answering questions.
Okay.
And it was actually his voice. I heard the recording. But anyway, yes, sir. I will let you go.
Yeah.
And hey, look, usually on Saturdays I get on live, but if I see you again, sir, yeah, hop on anytime. Matter of fact,
I'll do.
if you don't mind sometime, I'd like to continue this conversation with you
Yeah.
in the
Why not?
future if you're
Why not?
interested. All
Yeah.
right, buddy. I will let you go. You take off, man. You have yourself a good evening. Enjoy the music.
I'll try. Yeah. I might even record something and put out on my channel.
That'd be awesome. Matter of fact, when I get off here, buddy, I'm gonna subscribe to your channel.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank
You
you a
take
lot.
care, man.
Yeah. Bye bye.
Have a good one. Bye bye.
I don't know how to stop this thing, but leave. Yeah.
Okay, okay, there you go. Oh my God. Again, I've been yakking forever. Oh my God, 4 hours. Yeah, I'd rather do this though than do any actual work. But thank you all for hanging with me. My sister Carol, I don't know if you have me in the background, just yak and listening to me yak. Same with One Eyed Cat, Dean Stevenson. I don't know who is here. I just know that I again my live streams don't get a whole lot of people, but I had up to 8, And I'm going to put that down to the fact that Eric was on. Been keeping a solid 3 the whole time. I don't think it's the same 3, but it's awesome. Oh, yeah, One Eye Cat. Yeah, I saw when you got here. Yes, sir. And I'm sorry. I was busy talking to Eric there. And welcome. Glad you joined in, man. I'm glad somebody is here. Not that it would stop me from just babbling on to nobody and just myself. That's never stopped me before, but I do appreciate the company. Um, you guys are awesome, and I'm sorry if I get a little nerdy or existential or whatever you want to call it, but I enjoyed that conversation with Eric. That's a little bit different than what I do on my regular channel, especially as with the videos and everything, because it's I haven't been fortunate enough to do a ghost hunt on a video or even live and get any results. So, okay, my sister, all right, right here. Now, I have a question for you, Carol, Voodoo Lady. You put copper wire around my plants and it does help. Is that to keep the bad spirits away and attract the good spirits, or is this something different that we're discussing right now? I mean, it just that popped up. Oh, Eric's? Are you talking about Eric? Eric, as soon as I figure it out, I will send you a link to his channel. I have got to go find it myself. So I forgot to ask him to put a link to his channel in the comments. That's my fault. But anyway, guys, that was an interesting. I hope you enjoyed it. That was interesting. I found it very interesting talking to Eric. I'm glad he showed up. But with that being said, it's gotten really hot out here on the back porch, and I'm running out of things to say, believe it or not. So I think after 4 hours and 12 minutes of me yakking, I think I'm gonna call this quits, guys. I'm uh I'm not gonna do anything, but yeah, I have nothing more to say right now at the moment. So I'm gonna let you all go, and I thank you all for tuning in. I thank you all for participating in the comment section. And yes, I finally found out how to put your comments up here on the screen, and that's a new toy I'll play with next time. Now that I got it figured out, that's awesome. But anyway, y'all take care. I'm gonna end this now. You have a good day. Have a good weekend. Be good. And again, thank you so much for showing up. And I'm sorry, One Eye Cat, you just got here and this is the end of it. But in case you ever get bored and you want to put something on for 4 hours and 13 minutes in the background, I'm going to leave this one up. It should be uploaded sometime tomorrow. Y'all take care.